Hello, Shenyon. How are you? Should I turn my lights on? Hey, freak. Hey, Sieben? Sieben? I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Christ. Liquid got crushed. Who I got winning today? Phew. So Fnatic will ban Pearl and Ascent, which leaves Haven, TH favorite, Split. You'd probably say Fnatic. Icebox. Fnatic. Lotus. 50-50. What's the last map? What's the last map? Fracture. Probably Fnatic. So I think map pool wise, Fnatic are looking better right now. It depends. Obviously, Heretics could have adjusted the icebox from last time. So I think this map veto, the best of 5, the advantage Fnatic have is banning these 2 maps. Because if these 2 maps are in the pool, Heretics win both of them. In my opinion. Like, Heretics map pool is better than Fnatic's, I think. But they got the ban disadvantage, so Fnatic should win the best of 5. Hey, King Wogi. Right, let's get straight into the VOD. Wait, that's not it.
Yeah, not having the split, maybe a little bit caught out there. They were having to adjust by bringing Kiko over to kind of play off the paranoia flash. So
here's Mari.
Being caught out there, they were having to adjust
Mari's
by
the
bringing
GOAT.
Kiko over to kind of
Mari was with us. So every team gets assigned like a team handler, like someone who looks after the team at the global events. And I think we had Mari for Berlin champs. A little bit of lock-in maybe, and Tokyo. She's a very sweet person. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that you guys just don't see and don't know, but like they're all just very nice people,
yeah, and
very
you've
good
got
at
to
their
feel
jobs.
pretty confident right
So
out the gate as well, because Liquid, they've been on a win streak, and that kind of momentum, Petra, it does help when you get to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's very strong, but I think
talented teams and matching up in the lower bracket final.
Phantom or Vandal? I'm trying to use the Phantom more. I'm trying to get to watch Phantom more. No, I'm not watching Paper X DRX. I don't have permissions, and I want to do these VOD reviews. It's just unfortunate that Paper X are playing right now. Why was referee helping a team? Because there's something, like I just said, there's team handlers at global events. Like there's people that manage like Riot is here, and then the team handlers are here, and then the team is here. So like our way of communicating to Riot is through the team handler. Like anything that's a problem or any scheduling that we need to do goes through a manager.
It literally is, and now they're looking to take a shot at a different king this time. Vitality.
Obviously, she's doing a different job here on the referee side.
Chance of being able to take them down. Different story. Still, they took a blip off on Haven. This is
the challenge that they faltered at last time. The 3-0, as you said, Tom. Team Liquid took.
Okay, so wait, so it's Liquid playing the weird double Senti comp again, and then Heretics just playing the brute force ISO comp.
Took it with flying colors, but now a new challenge, a new.
What was the problem last time? Team Liquid played against BBL. Yeah. I can't remember my takeaway from the BBL game, but let's just watch. Oh, I think one of my takeaways on attack was I expected BBL to take this more because Team Liquid do not have a comp that can take A main. They don't have the breach done. They don't have Sova Shock's ISO vulnerable. So like this space should be the attack space. So I want to see them probably take that space a bit.
So the control taken, but it's this middle battle for Serial. Looking to find that
Double sentiment, bring me back my bind and my sunset. I think on bind, I think your deadlock bind was very strong. I'm not as big a fan of it on sunset.
They were looking
good, and the pick goes to Heretics.
I think that comp was perfect for your team. Like it has inherent defensive qualities, and then you can run like really cool set strats on attack.
Quick to respond though. Putting things back into an even scenario.
When I first saw it, because you guys pulled it out on my first cast ever, I was like, for fuck's sake, man! I don't know how to cast, and you've got Na'Vi, Casey playing weird comps that I don't understand. I can barely speak right now. Like I'm so fucking noob. The Pansy's trying her best to do it for me. Oh god.
Maybe not being the best for Liquid, but the fact is, already a man to the good. They're in a good position here, and Camo strikes, leaving just one.
First of my Nuts wins this though, right?
Tournament even spots out the last man, but that last man is Nats. Maybe one of the few that could match him, but with an open plant, he will reposition back towards middle.
Oh, Nuts can't know.
Full wraparound, he might not have time. Already put under pressure by that clock. The tap from Nats has to confirm that it's not being diffused.
That's kind of sick by Miniboo. The TP out is actually very strong there. Like how Nats can't know.
This is why I always want to see the Heretics.
Where do I put the Recon Phantom in the skin tier list? I bought it the other day.
The entirety of the tournament, and for Mini, the entire stage, he has been the highest ACS player all the way through stage 1. And yesterday he was missing.
He could see if it's a fake.
He's already.
How do you see if it's a fake? The big game player you were flaming yesterday. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. Like, anytime I say anything that's mildly critical about anyone, someone just says that, like, you know, I never said that Miniboo was not a bad big game player. I said that potentially that is the reason, like, we saw, like, okay. Like, I don't want to go tismy about it, but, like, he had a -12 when statistically this year he's doing this. He's the 4th highest rated player. He was the top highest rated player until this game. And so I was just like, well, how do we interpret this? I guess you could say the same about Wu. But I think as a team overall, I think I was just making that point. Maybe it's just Fnatic they get frazzled by or something. I don't know. Yeah, Martin is the GOAT right now. Martin is fucking farming right now. Like, yeah. Kayak is snuck in second as well. Bro, it's nice to see Sociable up here too. Crashies is up here. Crushy's ratings high.
Clutch, and we are one round in.
Oh, okay.
Signs of what's to come.
I know. It's rough though, because like I know you're joking, but like there's for every time someone makes a joke like that, I feel like there's someone who's like genuinely annoyed by me. And I'm getting a lot of clip farmers right now, like clipping anything I say that's like mildly negative or kind of open and honest. And it's very weird for me.
Have that strong start if they're going to have that heartbeat.
Good pick split.
The next, I've a
Like, although they've had a few blips.
So here we see Cam to look here, and then we see Paranoia already. It's kind of weird because this Paranoia technically doesn't really do anything, because if you stand here, you can just see them run through the door anyway. So it's not the best version of the trap. I usually see this Cam with the breach stun coming in from A-Link, which is at least stuns people.
That was kind of where I thought their strength truly would lie, and they lost to, I think, some very good anti.
No, I'm not watching
couple of
Paper
times
Rex.
it was played. I think Ascent, when you have that double duelist again.
For every hair you have, I'll make sure to love you even more.
I don't know.
Appreciate
I think
it.
there's still opportunities on that next one, but I do see what you mean. This is where we truly have those expectations on that next
Sorry.
one, but I do see what you mean. This is where we truly have those expectations.
I just quite liked his spray control there. It's like Valorant's not got spray control already, but I just like spray control there. Quite nice to watch. Also Recon Phantom. Another Recon Phantom abuser.
Three though, where we avoid most of the play to how they threes before.
I'm always gonna try and read signs.
Marshall, we've seen it do a ton of damage.
I'm a
in this
signs.
round threes before, so
Okay, never mind.
no comfort for
Oh,
Team
bro, what's that
Liquid. No
recon?
easy round to be offered up. I
That's
like
pretty
double
pretty
stack up
nice.
early on A
Pretty
long.
nice, just like different recon.
Well, Heretics have already seen it.
Well, yeah, I think what you always have to be careful of in lower buy rounds like this is how explosive this composition can be from Heretics. You're coming up with the ice.
So low buy from Heretics, like bonus round. But we're seeing like a very straight default. So recon smoke. So they're playing for their second cycle, right? So they're not doing anything on the first cycle util. Which is strange on this kind of buy, but I guess they do have enough guns to play slow.
So that obviously gives you that first ability to
A
take
bit boring.
shot without going down. And then Minibu can just take himself across.
Do you
the
think
map
anyone in
in
tier 1 is using a vibrating butt plug to match
Where
fix?
this double
I think
double
Bosa might
help
be
them out.
using
I'm
it,
looking at the
but
CSAT
probably
right
just
now.
not
There
to
is
match
an
fix.
abundance of utility to try and stop this push.
Yeah, Liquid usually
That
very
guy's
good
been
at those
looking a
round
bit too
twos.
happy
Heretics
recently on
very
stage.
good at the round threes as well, so one of the best in the league as well. See if it adds up to success with the punchy comp showing its face towards C. We've seen
Okay, so we see an attempt to break some of the util, but there isn't any actually in garage at all. So like, it's kind of funny that ISO is literally within 5 meters of like 4 pieces of center util.
But that's because of this position from Camo. He's up in its face
I mean, that's a nice. That's quite nice.
Because of this position from Camo. He's up in short, and although Wood's been dropped, the push is coming towards Camo. He'll have to do well to grab the information and get out and look at
A is a weakness for Team Liquid. I hope that Heretics identify that.
ready for the fight with his teammates.
I would be abusing A, I think, against this comp quite a lot. Or at least like abusing, like getting this space and then abusing like fakes. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna be gifted like most of this space as attack. Like everything in this vicinity. So we can always like either go straight A or just like start faking one area and go in the other. Fake here, go here kind of thing. And we know that like if the Sentinels are playing on A, we can just walk into the site a lot of the time. If they're playing on C, it's a bit harder.
Paranoia even there to slow them down, and the second Paranoia has actually been dodged.
But let's see. Let's see. That could be wrong.
That's a bit of a blip. In fact, a massive blip with one coming up. Panattack might just be there to save the day, though. Benji so low on HP, but he still wins.
It's good trading out by Heretics.
Leaving only Serial remaining. He had so many fantastic clutches in the match yesterday. And
Serial. I want a stats check on Serial in clutches versus Serial not in clutches. Serial stats right now, I believe he's one of the like lowest rated players in playoffs. But I think in clutches, he might be one of the highest rated players.
Got one bullet needed to take him down.
I see the like, I know he had that rough 1v1 versus Magnum,
Spotting out that angle, and he's seen him
but I
now.
swear to God, he's a different
He's
player in the
on the
clutch.
trigger. A third kill for him, and a third round for Team Heretics. It's always the danger, even with those weaknesses. They've got the rifles, and that punchy play works out. But I'm so confused about what we saw here.
I mean, he's got very average clutch stats, but I don't believe it.
I want to say that was like a fat finger.
Distinctly average, but I swear to God, the eye test. Kind of funny. Governor stats are like red, and then his clutch stats, he's like top 6 or something, top 7.
That has got to weigh on your mind a little bit if you're over on that Liquid side, because you are in a position where these rounds are very much winnable. There's opportunities for, well, very good.
Do you think Heretics could beat Fnatic today? Of course they can. I said it earlier, and I'm gonna say it one more time, but Fnatic are gonna ban Ascent and Pearl, which are both maps that Team Heretics would otherwise win. And so now the map pool looks like good for Fnatic. I think Heretics should take Haven, Icebox, Fracture. What's the other map? Lotus should be 50-50. I think Fnatic take these 1, 2, 3, 4. You think they ban Haven? I don't think they ban Haven. They could ban Haven, but it would be a very if they did ban Haven, it would be a very un-Fnatic Fnatic always usually like to lean towards banning maps they don't like, if that makes sense. Split, I got Fnatic, I think. So I think Fnatic have 3 maps they should win. Icebox a little bit more.
One of the players over on that Heretic side.
Syrian Playoffs has 0.95 rating on a 14% clutch rate. I don't know if that's a high clutch rate or not. My understanding of clutch rate percentages is not good. So right, so A finish 1 for Team Heretics. I do think A is A was what I'd abuse against this comp, I think.
Into those late rounds. And that gap of utility, we even saw it yesterday, cost them a lot when it came to Icebox. No doubt.
You stumbled upon 741 unlisted pre-franchising VOD links, which I sorted out with titles later. If you think it's important, I can send. Could you send that on my Discord or something?
Those are 2 things that Heretics will be looking to remedy coming into today.
Hey, Balix.
Elbow shown and Outlaw more than enough to take you down.
Yeah, I think to touch on what you were saying about Nats, I think we're seeing him in some of the best form in a while. Like, I think the switch up.
You're a Diamond 3 Euro main. Should I switch agent? Okay, I'm in a VOD review, so I can't answer. Like, I really appreciate you guys coming in and asking me questions. But during VOD review time, I really cannot answer questions not related to the VOD review, because I end up ruining it for everyone else who's here to just probably watch that. If you want to ask those questions, you got either wait until after I'm done with the VOD review, or you can go to my Discord. And in my Discord, I have a channel. I have a channel in which you can ask me questions, and at a certain point, I'll answer them on stream and write in the answer on Discord, you know? But if you got questions related to the VOD, then I'll answer them now, if that makes sense.
Wow. Like, I think the switch up.
I do appreciate you guys asking me questions. I do like it. I do really enjoy answering your questions. It's just that I enjoy it too much sometimes and end up spending way too much time talking nonsense rather than analyzing, which is, I think, why most people probably would watch.
The full force of Team Heretics. Only a pistol and his teammates.
So anti-eco from Heretics, what did they end up doing? Just passive hold, Outlaw on C long, grouping A just because it's safe to group A. Very easy round for Heretics. 4-0 now. Momentum on their side completely. Ult's probably about to come up for them. Timeout happens. Yeah, unfortunately we take a time, like Team Liquid take a timeout, but taking a timeout versus this nonsense is difficult. So probably going to see Euro ult if he catches anyone, instant ISO ult. We see Team Liquid have put the clone in the corner to stop the ISO ult doing it here. The thing is that I think by now, if you'd watched enough Heretics VODs, you know I'm pretty confident that Heretics won't ult this. Because they've been caught the last 2 or 3 times doing this ult, and like Fnatic countered them with it. So if Team Liquid were like really giga-brained here, they would actually put the clone on A, I think. I would love to see them be ready. I would, if I was them, I'd play a 1-3-1 and just get ready to just push out middle, to be honest. I don't think they're winning against an exec here.
Come online, you can have Minivu take space and then Wu take the player. So play against. And although I really do like the amount of deadlock we're seeing from Serial, I want to see if this works for them, because already is exactly what we're talking about. Just mass amounts of space, all the sensors being set up as he runs through them with no effect. That's the whole setup gone.
It is both sensors.
I quite like that from Wu, where he just like, he doesn't even use the ult. The thing is, the timing is off. Like the idea here is like, we have the site for free and now Wu can just use it post-plant almost. The problem is that the timing's slightly off, and now Team Liquid are flooding back in immediately, so now it looks a bit stupid. But
them with no effect. That's the whole setup gone.
It is both sensors have been tripped. A site's been taken. Response though from
yeah,
Heretics. He's gonna force the fight.
so a nice flood in from Team Liquid. We see the flood in, which is successful, but Benji's got timing on B, so there's going to cancel to B, I think.
On the other side, Woots pulled him into a battle.
And Woots lost the 1v1.
By the ultimate on the other side. Woots pulled him into a battle, but one that he will not win. Camo's got another, and the A site now fully retaken. 4 players.
Raze is really struggling at the moment. Raze, is it a hot take for me? I don't. Are there like other streamers who think Raze is struggling? I think Raze is better than Neon right now, generally. Like, I think right now we should be seeing Yoru Raze most of the time. And like Neon a little bit. And maybe some Jet, because I think I was talking to a friend the other day, and I think they made a good point. Like, I am a Waylay. I do enjoy some of the Waylay stuff, but without Teo, the Waylay becomes a bit shit, I think, which I think makes sense. Maybe on Icebox still is probably okay, but
Players on the site, one in spawn, that leaves a gap, and one that Benji.
What do you mean not Jet on every map? Hey, how you doing?
These rotations, but if they go through B, will be easy. They take it through spawn. There's still a full setup.
Isn't Jet better because of the cloud burst?
And a
No. I mean, now without Teo, mate, probably, but I think in the history of Valorant, there's been a very again, Powers here, BBL run it a lot because of Levin's comfort, but like there's been a big over exaggeration on how good dashing into smokes are on maps like Ascent. Like, if you actually watch Jets dash into smokes a lot, it's not the most impactful thing.
It seems like they're well aware of the potential of someone flanking in towards the back of the
intuitively it feels nice. It feels nice, but I don't know if it is actually that nice sometimes.
Whenever Nats decides he will get that extra little bit of information.
Sometimes it just feels like Jets are dashing to their death, or sometimes it just feels like you have to dash when like you probably don't need to.
This is the way you expect to see the rotations from Team Liquid all the way through spawn. 5 players is what we needed, because going through B, it's too much space that they've given up. Nats was even.
I'm not watching Paper X vs DRX. No, I'm not co-streaming anything until Toronto. So wait, we saw the cancel. Well, actually, this is quite nice. So Benji finds the gap B, but they actually just go C. It's quite a nice call.
Massive
of the potential of someone flanking. Are they going to be ready to try and clear an extra little bit of information? Unfortunately, although the plant will garner.
What would be really sick here, and I know it's difficult because they could just walk in, I guess, is if Boo just planted really open right now and allowed Benji to like go wherever he wanted in the clutch later. Because like if you plant on this corner, obviously it's a lot easier to see from here and here. And Benji's in a weird spot right now.
No, the from the shadows is going to be the difference, mate.
I can see Team Liquid losing this round so easily.
Space that they've given up. Nats was even watching for that walk through B to spawn. This whole
That smoke's
round,
quite nice, just to like make it
now
simple
playing
for Team
retake.
Liquid.
Paranoia already in, reveal is good. Camo still
I like this from
manages to
Team
win
Liquid,
the
I'm not gonna lie.
fight.
This
Through the
smoke,
cage, he's dropped Brienne's.
you just leave a player to watch the smoke.
That they're now left in. Panatech isolated in the spawn. But the spike
Now
being
full
defused,
defuse.
they've got to get a move on and right into the waiting arms
Yeah,
of
I don't know why they've
Sirius.
re-wrapped. I don't know why Boo's re-wrapped.
Potentially. Now playing for the retake. The Paranoia already in. Reveal is good. Camo!
Yeah, Boo's re-wrapped on a plant that he can't see, which is weird.
Well, you need to know. And after using a couple of ultimates there, just to try.
So I think Fnatic have a better map pool right now. I've answered this question a couple of times already. Can someone else in the chat who saw me do the veto? Heretics map pool is better, but Fanatics is better when they got 2 map bans. If that makes sense. In a clean best of 5 where there was no veto advantage, I would favor Heretics map pool. In a veto where Fnatic gets to ban 2 maps, I would favor Fnatic. So today I favor Fnatic. Right, so A main control coming in from Heretics, and this is the punish that we see from Team Liquid. So Team Liquid, I said that their comp doesn't have the best A fight possible, but they do have Teo Deadlock, so they do have at least something. So Deadlock, Net, Teo, Salvos. The Camo just always seems to get kills just down here.
Tries to go for that early fight, but it is only going to be the 1-for-1. That is, however, the smoke's gone.
I still think
Side of Heretics.
Heretics take that though.
Works for the attacking side to work with now. What a set of rounds from Camo. High impact trade.
Hello,
early on, but that last
Pacifico.
round, even caught by the ISO ult, unable to take down Woot. Well, you talk about how difficult it can be to deal with him when he's coming in popping heads, but it wasn't to be seen in the previous. Information off the Cypher ultimate. Team Heretics now know what they're up against. They see these players on site, but they're not deterred. Ultimate
Oh my
by
god,
Serial is gonna be
that's...
suppressed. Can't get that ult popped, and Benji's
That wasn't
in.
Rosa, that was just ISO. Like the ISO undercut for these moments. Like I know people think that the undercut was a bit of a nerf, but like this is where its power is. It's disgusting. Like XX on sites with the undercut are just disgusting. It's also very good against the double senti actually. I haven't even thought about that. Like going against double senti with undercut, like if you use the undercut well, you can just farm. Just silence all their Yuto out. Sova and ISO is a pretty good counter to this comp, I feel like.
No impact from that annihilation. If it connects, that could have been a true difference maker, and Nat's trying to peek into the dog pick. I don't even think he saw anything before his head was ripped clean off. Nice shot from Kiko. Play of split.
But again, like I said, if Heretics just go A, I think they're fine this game. And it feels like in key gun rounds right now, they just keep winning going A.
Serial when the ultimate is popped. That's got to be frustrating. It would have been a free pick. Otherwise, Camo, he's up very close indeed. Blocked in the smoke by Boo. They can't pull that trick. Majority weapon.
Just anti-eco. I don't see any problems here for Heretics.
We've said it before that it seems like even maps where they are considerably unfavored on, if they dominate the first, sometimes they'll just run it down on the series. Really nice net coming through from Serial, but it will only be good for the one.
Yeah.
The thing's not the main thing. Contract, if you sit with, you do another point this.
Eating this squad last him. And having heroes like
Heretics has a 71.2% round win rate on Haven. I think I might give feedback to Kim here. I don't think we need that. Just keep it clean. 71%. Round rate on Haven this stage, making them the best Haven team globally. So the only thing I'd say, there's something about percentages in round win rate that I don't like. This is a good stat though. I feel like it's not accessible.
early, having mini boot activated as well.
What is 71% as an actual scoreline?
It's a good sign for Heretics. How this PO5 is going to swing.
I think the stats speak for themselves.
It's like 13-7, I guess.
2% round win rate on Haven. So not only are they dominantly winning series, but
It is crazy high. It's just that, like, I don't know if it's intuitive to, like, the average viewer that is crazy high. If you know what I mean. It is the better stat to use than match win rate in terms of, like, people like me. But I wonder if it would just be better to say they've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've won this comp specifically 5-0. Is that better? I don't know. It's hard because it's like this is super impressive. The round win rate is dumb. Like this is averaging out to about 13.5, I think. 13.5, I'd say. I just wonder if it's easier to say like Heretics average is 13.5 score lines. Like that seems like, doesn't that seem like a better way to frame it? Do you think the average rounds won and lost is better? I think keeping it as simple as possible so you're not referring to more than one stat is the best. I think if the perfect way to summarize this would be Heretics average 13.5 wins on Haven this year, making them the best Haven team in the world. Why is 71% not intuitive? Because you can't tell me immediately how much they're averagely winning. Like when my parents watch VCT and they look at 71% round win rate, they don't know what that means. You have to remember the average viewer, I think, is like gold, you know?
Talking about the best team. That's why they wanted to start here. Get things rolling as quickly as the best team. That's why they wanted to start here. Talking about losing win rate on Haven. So not only are they dominantly winning
Server ult, Euro.
series, but they're just not losing too many rounds.
Like I think about this stuff a lot because I used to be like I know this is like it feels like a weird tangent, but I used to be a graphic designer. So I used to have to think about like and the industries I was in was all about accessibility. Because I used to work for like public institutions where like we had certain guidelines for like making stuff understandable. And I used to think a lot about how to design stuff that was like accessible, I guess. So, you know, I understand how content should be framed, or like the little things that should be framed to make stuff as easy as possible to understand sometimes. With stuff like this, like writing those kind of things, I'm not like 10 out of 10 or anything, but I do know the kind of stuff my bosses would pick up on. Like UI, UX design accessibility. No, I used to design signage, like like to direct people around like airports and stuff. And then before that, I used to design museum exhibitions. And there's very high standards for accessibility in both of those fields because obviously, you know.
I guess you look back to their previous map, so I guess they just didn't have a very good defense overall. But yeah, still a.
Wouldn't it be better to say out of X rounds played on Haven, they won Y?
I am actually quite surprised though that how.
Again, that still frames it in a difficult. You're making people do mental maths quickly. You're essentially, yeah. Isn't it just simple? Just be like, they average a 13-4 scoreline. Isn't that the most easy way to make it as relatable as possible?
You're talking about hero plays again, which have all been on the other side.
It's not about the viewer not being able to do math or not. It's about whether in a moment that's like this is up for like 5 seconds, and we've got a lot of information on our screen. We've probably got a co-streamer over here. We've got Tom and Mitch talking. Like, how can we make this look at it for half a second and understand it immediately?
Yeah, the big clutches, the 4K pistol, the 3Ks by Benji.
I guess Camo had one.
He did. He had a good round.
I think Captain Cal and Kim do a very good job with those things. It's just that
Nico and Nats to pick those up.
it's one of those things that I think about a lot.
Set up alongside Alongside Nats on B, it's going to be a mid crunch. Already seeing that contact outside of B. Alongside Nats on B, it's going to be a mid crunch. Already seeing that contact outside of setup. Alongside Nats on B, it's going to be a mid crunch.
So I was just watching the anti-eco vibe, so Nats just kills 2 immediately. It's just Heretics don't lose their anti-eco. They never get pressured on their anti-ecos on Haven, it feels like. So when they get momentum, it's just over.
It genuinely feels like a lifetime ago that there were conversations about this guy coming in at the end of 2023 as a grind. He's picked up now currently.
What's your prediction for VCT?
In this, having to been to a
What do you mean?
final, a Masters final. He's been doing all right for himself, and as of right now, it seems like Liquid have absolutely no.
So now we see. Now we see Team Liquid. Sentinel A. Like, A is just weak again. They drone out Yoru here, but I don't really understand why, because we're keeping 4 here. Like, to me, if you're going to drone out a Yoru down here, we want to be ready to go A with heavy numbers. Or you drone out the Yoru, he gets the space, he TPs back to A, and you leave someone else there. I don't really understand what Team Liquid are doing. I think they're 8-1 down and they're lost.
Camo has been the one tiny bit of hope.
Found my wire.
The back of Benji's head, he knows it.
Sorry.
Those opening duels didn't go so well.
So yeah, once again, Team Liquid just walk, Team Heretics just walk onto it. So it's a nice position by Nats. That smoke is actually really nice. Like, I think that's very purposeful. The gap there. A little bit stupid from Heretics, I'm not gonna lie.
A double pickup already. The spam on the site. Damn close to it. A 3-piece.
Wait, how is Mini Boo? Okay. The deadlock ult is so shit, isn't it? What's going on there? Oh, it's not shit. He's just ulted the wrong way.
We've talked about so much, hyped up so much, as one of the best players within the whole region, if not the best.
Yeah, I mean, this game is so over.
3 and 4 has that much to do. He'll set up a dart. Team has got 1-12 into for map 3-13-7. So it's already looking
Tail
like a
push.
very different story.
The Team Liquid Classic.
Miracle Liquid managed to turn this map. They've already got more rounds than they did in the first 2. And
Oh, the ISO got nothing.
already got that opening pick onto Nats. The
Bro,
wrapper
what are
in
they
the first
doing?
2, and well, Woot's already got that opening pick on onto Nats. The wraparound is solid though. Really good adaptation from.
I mean, they win the last round. So ultimately, I think that Team Heretics did do a good job of finishing A, taking the space on A, punishing Camo. I don't think they had many problems. All their anti-ecos were really solid. They mixed it up and went B, and then cancelled C when they needed to. Just fundamentally better. Valorant. The ult rounds were all working for Heretics too.
Impressive comeback. Finished it yesterday, 9-3. It was a really impressive comeback by that attack side. The problem
Hello,
is
Sparkus.
Heretics in this sort of form have
4A, right. Pistol rounds on defense, Haven. You see 1-3-1 with fast flooding, or you see 4A. These are like the 2 most common pistols. So in general, I would argue that you should run an attack pistol that doesn't instantly lose to either of these two ideas. And Team Liquid are deciding to run a pistol that instantly loses to a 4A, or should instantly lose to a 4A. We'll see if they do. But
Beast to play against Miniboo's going to be under some serious pressure and will be dealt a death blow. But already look at the response. The defense looking to wrap round from behind.
yeah,
It's going to come down to
I mean,
1v1.
it went okay for Liquid.
On either side, the IGL of
I would probably expect
UBC
attack side pistols on this map to win in general. So going down to 1v1, I think Heretics takes it. A little bit unlucky that they didn't instantly win that, but
we'll get away with destroying his sneaky little bit of util, and who would have guessed him? Is that another
he's allergic to bouncing it.
Unreal. And especially when you look at these two
Why is China
players in
always excluded?
particular,
Because they don't have open
last time they
open
faced,
stats.
it was a different story.
China doesn't
That's what's
release
different
the
individually.
stats or something.
And
I don't
now
know.
look at here. How Bino
Bro, it's fine.
like that?
Look,
Pick
Benji
them
Fish
all
aim is
up
here.
and
Yeah,
again.
Nuts aim is here, bro. It's fine.
Heretics Classic.
Don't let Nat see that before map number 2. Or if you're a Liquid fan, do let Nat see that before map number 2, and he'll come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, that's crazy because Nats's aim is not
Man who's
bad.
been around the
It's
block
one of
and
the best in EMEA.
early 20s.
I would not like I'm not gonna lie. I think if I was the coach of Silvery and say that, I think after the game, like after the series, I would probably be like, could you not say that about players that we know can pop the fuck off? Because like if after map 1 Nats comes back with a vengeance and wins every 1v1, it's a little bit frustrating to know in the back of our heads that we've called him a noob, if that makes sense.
You'll never believe it. A clean shot onto Camo. And this is a buy. Just so you know, Liquid have invested into this round. They've got the stingers. Maybe trying to take a leaf out of BBL.
It's a fine line between like keeping the vibes good and then also
Who's on his way up here?
trying not to get the players into a mindset that gets a bit like it almost sets you up for failure if you start flaming the other team with players. I feel like a lot of the time. Like I think the worst ones are when like you see players call the other team like actually shit, and then like the other team beats them or starts winning loads of rounds. You're like, well, if they're shit, we must be terrible. You know what I mean? Alright, so Team Liquid just force buy up into B.
Still in his early 20s. Miniboot under pressure. but
They win out the 5v4, the 4v5 retake post plant. Sorry.
And this is a buy. Just so you know,
This comp is very good at just going B because it's like it's not the best comp in the world at kind of taking map control in my opinion. So just going B and then putting down your sensors and then just playing post plant is quite good for. You'd expect this comp to have a little bit more on defense, but the irony of this map is I actually don't think this comp works better on defense, if that makes sense. Because it's a 3-site map where I think, you know, they can't fight for this control. And then the attack can just manipulate rotations the entire time and just find weak spots on the map. And then this comp can't retake very well once the attack has like identified the weakness. So, like I said before, if Heretics ended A because Team Liquid didn't overstack A, they're not going to win that retake ever. Team Liquid won't win that retake. So it's almost like I might even... I don't favor on attack side, but it's like I don't think the attack side is that bad. It's just that both the attack and defense aren't great for this comp, I don't feel like. It's not a comp I'd ever run. The issue though is that I'll say that on like broadcast or on like the stream or something, and then the team wins 13-2, and then I'm just like, well, just wait until they play another team. Like, wait until a real team plays them and punishes them. I kind of flame with BBL there a little bit, but I don't think BBL are the best at adapting on the fly against the comps. And of course, this comp is better on its first attempt with no info, if that makes sense.
Still a few given. Liquid will be able to come in with a purchase, and on the other
I mean,
side,
Benji
Sean,
didn't win it though,
still
did
a
he?
few pieces. That
There were some nice shots, but he didn't win it.
Just like like the last round, Camo is dead within seconds.
Opening pick. One of the two
Mini Boo
weapons in
forcing
play for
up the
Heretics. That
Outlaw
Bulldogs were
completely.
covered by the three-piece.
A little bit
Economic
concerning.
damage done keeps some
I guess they're
Heretics
fine playing
on
with
as they
judges on
see
this
Benji.
map.
But now he's been
Like
spotted
someone
in
will
the
drop
corner,
him
tries to
and
fight
play
against
judge or
the
something.
cage. Falls, never mind.
Okay.
He's taken
I'm Liquid are
the
out.
weapon around.
Into and repost. They try. Boo
30 seconds left.
just waiting in case they try and go back towards the other side.
You
He's
can
got the
wait.
plant, has the paranoia, but is completely sectioned off from the rest of the team, at least for now.
Wait, it's gonna be a while before he can break through that. Got the numbers to work with.
It's kind of funny.
He's TP'd. They've heard that. They know he's close. The ult is gonna be popped by Serial as well, and he's caught him. That's one player down. Oh, but they've not caught Woot. He walked straight
The ult
through.
to get a
Smoke
classic.
was thrown out just before that sees gives them a real chance with Panatek all alone on the backside. A better chance or near.
Last round, you got picked off immediately.
Stinger buy from Team Liquid. Probably going to go into that B again.
Even will be a response in this map, but they would need a streak.
Why is
even
Kiko
better.
here? Is Kiko going to go... Okay, are they going to go for... They did a fake the other day where they kind of came up here and then went this way. I was wondering here for a second if they were going to go B and then just have Kiko late lurk. That used to be a thing that people used to do.
Than what they manage versus BBL.
Looks like they're just going for...
Heretic squad
They're doing Vision Strikers, but with Cypher. So Vision Strikers would be like the Jet with Dash here, and then you see like Garage and C-Long. But instead of it Jet Dash, it's just cages. And of course gets owned. Boo makes a good read here that, you know, playing that kind of elevated position on B, very good in this round. Team Liquid keeps showing BXX a lot in this comp. And then they'll know weak by going B is probably the right play. Yeah, easy. Too easy for Heretics. Not really much to break down there. Any questions about that game? Any questions in general? I can answer some quickly and then go to the second map. He bought the Outlaw because Tio had light shields. Yeah, sure. I mean, sure. It's just he fucked his economy by doing it. Favorite style of pizza? I mean, I like New York style the most. Like, I'm not huge on the kind of like this style's been a bit what's it, Neapolitan? Like this style's been a bit overdone now in the UK at least. So I think why has the European Union got getting involved with pizza? So I think New York style. Is Boo good enough IGL for Heretics to start a dynasty? The question you should be answering is, are Heretics a good enough team for them to start a dynasty? Not whether Boo is good enough IGL. I can answer those separately. Boo is a good enough IGL for Heretics as a team. He's a very good IGL. Are Heretics good enough to start a dynasty at this very moment? Probably not, given the context of the competition. They're obviously one of the best teams in the world, though. Midwest, thin crust, Midwest. I think I'd be down for that. The like, what's it called? Like you call it like bar pizza or something? Where it's just like very thin, like they serve it at like pubs and stuff, right? It's called bar pizza. I can't remember. Mitch hit the Carthasol. If you had to pick another team other than G2 to win Toronto, who would it be? In terms of who I think is going to win or who I want to win? It would be, I would want Paperworks to win. Who I think could win apart from G2? Like Sen, Heretics, Fnatic kind of teams I think have a really good shot. I don't like the idea of deep dish, I'm gonna be honest. The Chicago style ones look terrible to me. I feel like these double duelist comps TH, a player might get crushing Toronto. I think this, like, the problem with Ascent is that nobody's really showing an amazing Ascent right now. Apart from maybe G2, but then they're gonna have to switch comp. And so I think they get away with Ascent being a double duelist. Like, because not many teams are gonna pick it into them, I don't think. You should try watching OCE. What's OCE? What are you talking about? Oh, like the like is in a Valorant thing? Bro, I can barely watch tier 1 Valorant and keep my and stay entertained. Like if you're gonna make me watch fucking Australian Valorant. Okay, final questions, anyone, before I go back. I have sent the link to Unlisted VODs in your server, resources tools channel. Thank you very much, Ari. I appreciate that. I'll have a look through. See if there's anything. I am a bit sad that there's a lot of VODs that have probably gone missing. A lot of Valorant history is probably dead. Like, probably just absolutely dead. Okay, right, let's go second VOD then. No one's asking anything. Do you prefer have PRX plays with Pac-Man or Mind Freak? I don't know. I don't think they're changing the way they play just because of a different player, if that makes sense. I think they just... I think they're playing slightly differently just because they needed to, or realized that, you know, I don't think it's a player difference, if that makes sense. And I think even if I had a very hot opinion on that, it's really, like, you guys keep asking me questions like this where if I answer that question and I really had a take, don't you think it would be a very bad thing for me to answer that question? If I said I preferred the way that Paper X played with Pac-Man or Mind Freak, they're way better with Pac-Man or Mind Freak, or whichever one I choose, do you think that's really going to go down well? Like, the unfortunate reality of working with a team or being a coach is you have to, you know, even if you had those opinions, you cannot say them because there's no benefit. The only benefit is that you guys get some insight into it, but, like, it's really not good for the team or winning. Fortunately, I don't have much of an opinion on that one, so it's not like I actually need to suppress too much there or self-censor. Yeah, I'd say the role of a coach is to self-censor constantly. So I was doing a lot of self-censoring when I was a coach. I am not quite as nice or as humble as I probably come across in interviews.
I feel like they definitely have the ability to reset themselves. Like, I think that they've got experienced players like Panitek, who's obviously been on the other side, has been
Running
part of
deadlock
that
against
Heretics
Euro
forum,
is not just dumb. Running you've done like double negatives.
maybe that might have been their strongest map, but at best
I think running deadlock is not the most optimal strategy. But Ascent, it's the best map for it, I guess. So it's
going
fine.
to be a long series. There's going to be back and forths, and in reality, that first map becomes a distant memory if you're able to get a response out.
Okay, Molecule, you have to wait until. The problem is that question specifically looks like you are a clip baiting me or whatever the fuck you call it. I can answer that after this map though.
You knew there was a vulnerability. It was down.
Right, so defense, we have we have Heretics on defense. Team Liquid starting attack with their double Sensi. So technically speaking, this comp should be better at attack with the double duelist. I don't know if it is, but it should be. And then this comp should be better at defense. So you would expect it to be kind of normal Ascent, I guess. I would expect this comp to actually do a bit better on defense, I guess, but it's a tough one to match up, really. Obviously, Ascent, you expect like a 7-5 defense, but I'm not sure you do with this comp. It might be slightly less, and it might be slightly more here. So the way that interacts is that like this comp's worse at attack, this comp's worse at defense, so it might even out, if that makes sense. Who do you think wins tomorrow? Tomorrow? Tomorrow is today, isn't it?
Or it was playing the Pearl. You probably weren't going to win either. Move on. Get into your map choice.
Okay, pressure onto tiles.
Playing out before our eyes and a lot of aggression
And solo
from this defensive
Cypher.
side.
Oh,
We've got the Yoru
with
and the
no
Jet pushing
util.
on mid. A late play coming
And
out
she's
from
got a lot of
Kiko.
work to do.
Might be too late to catch them.
Oh, that's nice for Kiko. The lurk out just kills them in the back.
Might be too late to catch them. No. It's gone down.
Yeah, don't really understand
They've got the Yoru
Heretic's pistol right here. Whatever's going on here is okay. This to me is a big question mark though. Solo Cypher, no util, no support. It's very risky.
out before our eyes and a lot of aggression from this defensive side. They've got the Yoru and the Jet.
The reason why people are not playing Waylay is because it requires. I think Teo nerf makes her is gonna have impact, but teams are not smart enough to figure out how to use her properly. I think Waylay was very strong in the Teo meta for maps like Ascent Icebox. G2 even ran out on Fracture. I'd have to check that one out to see what I think about it. Yeah. Again, it's an agent that requires you to think deeper than Jet, and so it's very easy for streamers and analysts to look at Waylay being used by shit teams and say that Waylay is bad. Whereas if you watch some of the stuff that G2 does with Waylay and the opportunities it opens up, especially like defensively, I'd say, it is very strong. Now, in the new meta, I don't think she'll be as strong. Like, I think Wendler was telling me yesterday, or talking to me about it, and I think that after just a very brief conversation, I think I can understand why Waylay wouldn't be strong anymore. But I think it would be a rewriting of history if we go away from this and say that Waylay was shit during the Teo meta. It's just that it's just teams aren't smart enough to think on the level that you need to think about that agent, I don't think.
Might be too late to catch them. No. It's gone down.
Already.
To me, Yoru is a much better agent than Jet right now, though. So, on the Waylay quote maps, I think we just see Yoru again on a lot of them. Well, at least on Ascent.
Blocked out by the barrier.
Do you think she needs a support duelist to combine her? She could just on her own. No, you don't need a different duelist with her. You can just run. You can just run a Teo heavy exit comp.
And well, at this stage for Rians, it's all about just finding some extra orbs, getting a few extra credits while you do it, and maybe even earning some style points. You really just don't want to be walking into this guy's crosshair. I think he has some of the highest headshot.
They are for the course
Because
Yep. So rough pissed around for for Heretics. So.
Keeping the vibes positive, getting everybody pumped.
It's crazy he almost lost pistol. Then they did.
Quick,
Why does Rians want to die there? Because if he stays alive, he loses money, right?
And it doesn't look like they're phased at all. Even think back to
Fast AXX. Let's see actually how this AXX works.
We heard the value from
Teo,
Francis when he was on the
drone.
squad of a guy like him in these scenarios, keeping the vibes
Wait a minute.
positive, getting everybody pumped up. You know that map loss, although it was rough, it was quick. And something.
So we see the wall being used here. Paranoia, dash, salvo, salvo. Surprised we didn't see anything on heaven. I guess the flash does enough for Heaven.
It doesn't look like they're phased at all.
I think the
Even
paranoia might
granted,
get Heaven there.
them losing their map choice yesterday on Split to BBL. They got completely countered. They go into the next map. It's like it never happened. I think it came up with Camo getting aces throughout that map. So
Bold play. A bold play indeed. Although he was going to be pushed from every angle.
also has the
Imaginable.
weakest weapon.
Exactly.
But he had a sheriff and bought a sheriff anyway. But you don't, if you save on defense, you don't get as many credits, right? I'm really noob with economy situation stuff, but if you save on defense, you don't get as many credits, right? You get 1k. Yeah. All I know is that you die. You should be dying on defense, unless you have like a good gun.
Around like this, it would be a different story altogether. They're being contained on that attacking side. Rien's sheriff in hand. A 4-piece here would.
You don't, but he bought a sheriff into the round after instead of saving a sheriff. He 800 credits for a sheriff, right? How many credits would he get? Like, someone do the maths for in chat to figure it out. It's 1900, but then what would he get if he didn't? Yeah, so it's 100 difference. Yeah. He saved 100 credits.
Boo up top. They're already spamming it. Now they've seen him. Now they know he shouldn't be getting anything done. Spike's coming for him, and he will go down to it. Only 2 players drop team.
Yeah, that investment. Like a lot of teams are going for the sort of 2-3 rifles, 2 pistols, so that then you
They could only win 29% of their bonus
5
rounds.
rifles. It will
Okay.
overinflate the amount of quote-unquote bonus rounds that we have because a lot of teams aren't playing them as bonus rounds. Also means you're more likely to lose them, but that's a different story altogether. Liquid have been playing it safe, but it does mean these bonus rounds are a lot weaker than other teams.
Here.
Oh,
Maybe not.
Happier to play.
It's safe, but it lose them, but that's a different story altogether. Liquid have been playing it safe.
Liquid's default here. So we got Cam, Cage, Drone. So it feels like a B split right now.
Lose them because
No KO knife on the defense side here. Does make AXX feel nicer. Because like the thing about going AXX is that like you just get knifed and then you're fucked. So I do like the approach of just go A main here for Team Liquid.
a lot of teams aren't playing them as bonus rounds. Also means you're more likely to lose them, but that's a different story altogether.
Excuse me.
Liquid playing it safe.
So yeah, it really feels like a B split pressure. Smoke here too. Team Liquid control middle and B main right
Does
now.
mean these bonus rounds are a lot weaker than other teams.
And then they're going to burst that A main. Really nice entry and a nice simple strat.
Long game normally, but the opening pick looks very good indeed. One of the rifles, the main one, the Vandal, finding exactly what it needs.
Floodite from Heretics, and it works because Wu is incredible.
But Serial picks it up anyways, and what should have been a relatively convincing round.
And then we saw Teo lurking here, Patty lurking, but now has to come join quickly because it's a 2v3. Doesn't want to get into shenanigans. If he knows the door is closed, he should just wait here forever.
Find a lot of success. Benji, he's being flanked up on, but it's all about timing for Patatek. He can play this
And he should make the timing. Nats gets cool.
use the salvos to try to lock in the round, and that might be the best play. Playing the numbers,
He's
playing
got
the
2.
time, but now he's got it. Oh, it's perfect for Pattins.
Starting things off with Camo being that entry point. It was again mentioned on the desk the difficulties of this double senti. You don't really have a whole lot of information other than Serial's kit and then what you can find. Obviously, a lot of the time you're going to see poor stats on attack side Jets on this map because you're diving into choke points, diving into players waiting for you.
See, even Tom's saying it. Like, attack side Jets on this map get fucked.
He found the important kill of the round, and while Nat's now buying up the sniper on the other side.
The value is on defense, where Yoru is better.
In the last map. As said, we'll see if that's something that they live to regret.
Time now, it's for me, it's... Wait, what time is it? 10:45.
as said, was
10:45.
something that they live to regret.
Team Liquid starting out very fucking strong.
Nice shot by Panatek. As I heard him, it's a big 4-0.
It's them in fours, devastating this defensive side.
Hello,
Can end
Wink
up
Wonkers.
for that side of Liquid. Just
Where's Jolly Pyro, by the
besides
way?
BBL. Now, they managed 0 rounds on their attack side. When
Where's
facing off against
Jolly
this
Pyro?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, right? It was a 13.
You're playing Cypher yesterday and using Cam from mid and Trips for site. Do you think it's better set than using Trips on mid and Cam on site?
And a 12-0
I would argue in ranked you generally don't want to trip middle. I'm not gonna lie. You can. You want to trip middle than cam middle most of the time. If you're worried about middle control, you trip it. You don't cam it. Cam is inconsistent, and they can just walk up and break it when you tap it. If that makes sense. Why Yoru bad on CT? No, Yoru is better on CT. What I was saying is that Tom was making the point that Jett's stats on attack is usually bad on this map. And so I was making the point that the strength of Jett comes from the defense on this map. And I was arguing then further that Yoru's defense is even better than Jett's defense. So that kind of makes the point that I'm trying to make about Yoru being better than Jett. Am I watching the PaperX game? Nope. No, I'm not.
Bullseye was your favorite hero. I understand now. More of a villain, but I suppose depends how you look at it. You've got the head for
Why is KO being picked less these days? Because Teo. Well, the answer I'd love to give is because KO shit. But that's not the reason. It should be the reason, but it's not the reason. The real reason is because Teo exists. Teo plus KO on lots of maps is not that great a combination. So you go Teo plus Breach to combo it, and then sometimes you see it with like Sova or Fade. Like on Pearl, for instance. So yeah.
I gotta see that cosplay, Tom.
Yeah, I think I also
But I'm gonna focus on the VOD again. So you've got those kind of questions, I'll answer them after this map. If you've got any questions specific to this VOD or specific to the context of this game, then we're happy to answer. Interesting. Sorry.
I gotta see that cosplay, Tom.
Yeah, I think I also have the
What's
head
that smoke?
for Hitman, but that's not the point. Operator in play, Woot ready to go.
I think the idea here is that dash quickly and we want to clear market out, and we use that smoke as like a way to scale up and kill people here without being killed through from like boat. But the smoke was very early, so it looks a bit silly, I think.
He's just been wrecked. That was a drive-by by Serial. And although the opening pick had already gone the way of Miniboo, and of course it was Camo
The
to
people
drop,
that win Toronto would win the KO. I mean, KO is now back more on the menu because Teo doesn't exist. But KO objectively has not ever won more than it's lost on any map, but maybe Ascent. And even Ascent, it's not, you know, it's nothing to write home about. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. So Boo's got wine control, and then we see the power of Yoru here, able to play on the site and then just dip out of sight completely.
Good rounds now. Looks like we're seeing Serial in full scrim form.
So nice baits at the Teo. Baits at the Deadlock ult. Beautiful round from Heretic so far. And Boo just walks through. Okay. So Boo and Mini Boo done a really good job up until that point in the round. You would argue here, like, if I was gonna be devil's advocate, and it looks a bit hindsighty, but Boo should probably just contain this, and then Mini Boo should just contain this and don't die. Just chill. And then look at the space we have. Just re-clear out this space together. And then we just win the retake, I think. Like, Team Liquid don't have main control. They don't have space.
push, but Liquid still
I mean, it's unlucky technically from Boo, but I don't think he should ever make that play.
Serial with another. And now this round seemingly long. It's a threat.
And 3. Yeah, I said, I saw that in the moment. I was like, already 7 and 3. Yeah, I said, I saw that in the moment. I was like, that looked filthy, and it was. Ooh.
Yeah, this is the problem of Variant, is that if I was coaching, the kind of player that I want to coach is a player that doesn't respond to me criticizing that play with, but I should have killed Serial. The people I love to coach are the ones that would say, you know I whiffed coach and I probably should have killed him, but you're right. I probably shouldn't have made that play.
Hey, both the Serials kills. It is the Sentinels leading the way at the moment. Sure, Panitek
Or
died
don't
once.
ignore the first part. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have made that play.
Either the stat to back
It's
up
probably
what I
how I
was mentioning earlier,
want
Liquid,
to, you know.
65% post-plant win rate on Ascent. And it is just, look at the comp. The trips down the side.
He should be top. Even when it came down to the final, 5's invaded on Haven. He hasn't been here. But the op was
What would the
shut
idea
down
of being
early.
for Boo to do? Like I said, understand that you win the macro because you have control of this. We have control of this. Attack has control of this. We can very easily take back control of this space, and we have this space now. So that means that the post plant from the attack is coming in here. So we have 3 different directions we can retake from. You know, we didn't have access over here because no one was flanking. But that puts us in a very good retake position to play a post plant where we should probably even take back this too. So the attack is stuck in this box. Which means that technically if Boo just waits and waits and waits and waits, we're going to have a retake that's going to be extremely good because we have 3 directions.
Not having that same level of success, that would require
Teo was mid. Yeah, okay, like I'm trying to give you like a broad framework to work within. I know that the context is different depending on, you know, what was going on, but like I'm telling you, the best play there, the best EV play for Boo to make there would be to wait and hold Amen. He might get an angle here, but to walk through a smoke and lose a main control is not a good percentage play.
put a stop to it.
I have to say as well,
When this is something that players struggle with sometimes too when I'm giving feedback, is that sometimes they will think that I'm talking about the round specifically, and I very rarely care about the round specifically. I care about the context broadly. If you can apply these concepts broadly, it means that you can apply them to many different rounds. And because that situation specifically is never going to happen again. Like, players need to understand the broader implications of that feedback, if you understand. And not just respond with, but Coach Teo was middle, which means this is, and I'm like, I don't really care. I'm just trying to make the point that, like, in that situation, Boo should contain Amen.
Is there to take you through the round, and I think the operator was a huge part of that on the defensive side. Bear in mind, it was a 9-3 defensive half when they play versus BBL. It's not even remotely.
Obviously, the context matters sometimes, the specifics, and like maybe there's times I'm being a dick, and a player might be like, you know, well, actually, coach, I thought this, and I'm like, okay, well, sorry, like, you know. But in general, I try to speak in like ways in which we can apply the feedback broadly, you know.
They play versus BBL.
Okay, Heretics on Eco. Team Liquid are farming. I don't understand how Team Liquid lose this game. Does it all start here? You can see the cam through the trees, can't you?
Miniboo was sort of the ruse. He was
Why is Nats running forward? What is that? Why is he doing that? Just stand still. Don't understand.
A little bit for the rest of the team, and while Nats has tried to be cheeky and been met with a paranoia, they haven't baited out the one thing that is on the other side.
And now he's just netted his mate.
Realizes, so he's leading. Saw Clove today. because we won't be seeing them in the server. But don't worry.
Server recon? I think it went behind the cage though. I think Nat's just got a bit edgy.
A nice round by Heretics, but is it repeatable? Will Team Liquid fall into that trap again? It was a two-piece by Miniboo and then a push into the stack. Little mistake by Nats, rushing out of his cage while still nearsighted.
I love that. Boo is trying to destroy the util. It's just still sitting there. It hasn't gone anywhere. The paranoia was correct.
So Heretics now overstacking A, and Team Liquid reading that B's weak. Like, Team Liquid are in a very good spot to win this round. I wonder what the camera is here. What was the camera? Bro, he hears the drone and tries to shoot it rather than TP? Miniboo? Miniboo.
Wait, will be forced out? No, he didn't take the TP.
Oh, this is big.
Overstays is welcome. 2 players.
Oh, that's...
They haven't been spotted. Never mind. Boo's dealt with. They don't expect the second. Rians gets the jump
Okay,
on the
never mind.
first, but he's dealt with quick.
Yeah, really strange round from Heretics, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really understand. We're using, again, if we look at the B side of the map, a camera and a Yoru. We're using Trip, Operator Player, 3A, and a TP towards A. A little bit confused by this. Like, the resource, if we count resources on this side of the map, we got 3 players, 1 operator, 2 trips, a TP. This side of the map says a camera and a Yoru player. I don't really understand. Especially on Ascent, where like the retakes, I guess the retakes on A are kind of tough against this comp specifically. But this is a greedy amount of resources being used on the A side of the map right now. I'm not too sure why.
I love that. Boo is trying to
Expect the second reaction to him. Just 4. But they're
when you are, again, we spoke about it earlier. Events, you need
He trusts that he can break it. I think that you have to just take the TP. I don't think you can trust you can break it that often.
Ah, yeah, he just whiffed. They just whiffed the drone, and that stops him being able. Maybe it's the drone. Ah, yeah, he just whiffed. They just whiffed the drone, and that stops him being able to TP. That is rough. Just that little bit of a whiff was enough for him to get taken out by the drone, and that was
small mistake.
Point. Look how far Camo had already got.
Small mistake, but a big cost to be paid. Now,
Team Liquid kept this simple so far. Nice kills from Rians, but Team Liquid just keeping it simple with just main XX, which the comp is probably pretty good at, I guess, for the Deadlock net. Even if he did break the drone, he's going to TP anyway. The argument, though, against that idea is that, if you look at the map, one sec, the argument against it is that he wants to stop the drone here, because if the drone comes out and starts clearing all the space, then the drone gets free value. So Miniboo's looking to kill the drone so that the drone doesn't get the extra value, and then TP out. But I would argue that it's better to just save your life and then just let the other team know that there's no one playing like here for half a second. It is greedy, which is why I said it was greedy. Which is why I said he should have TP'd.
Bit more of a pace change, a quick take into middle, and with already the net catching onto one. Who's got to be careful, but he wins the fight.
Bit more passive with the operator this time.
I don't think we should be getting kills that easy.
Onto one.
I guess Nats did jump peek it.
Who's got to be careful, but he wins the fight.
Bit more passive with the operator this time.
I mean, Boo's getting away with murder a little bit, being able to just sit in A main a lot of the time.
Gets his reward for his trouble.
I mean, Team Liquid try and have him, but Wu is so sick with the op, it's unbelievable.
Woot picking off Kiko. Miniboo wrapping around as they're worried about the opposite.
Excuse me.
Back out of that position, uses util to reclaim some
Hay fever season.
Goes walkabouts, goes
Oh.
for the pick, but it's Serial to find it in
Oh,
response.
that didn't look great.
For Serial as he's stepping up
Okay, it should be fine for Heretics.
And
I'm a bit confused Team Liquid this round.
Solid individual
Let me see.
performance from him, bringing in that Hunter's Fury once more.
They're doing that fast
You can
middle
see the
thing
immediate
again.
response is a bit more of a pace
They
change,
net
a
the
quick
market.
take into middle, and with already the net
Oh, that trip's kind of cool. That trip gets the whole of middle like this, so they can't. They're like struggling to break it.
onto one.
So Jet updrafts over to break it. Like that's how hard that trip is to break. What I'm a bit concerned about is that as soon as you show all this presence, and then you have nobody here, Boo just gets to sit A main the entire round again and contain.
Gotta be careful.
And so like if Team Heretics, Team Liquid do go this way, they don't have a main again. They don't have a good post plan.
a bit more passive with the operator this time.
Revealing area.
Gets his reward for his trouble. A lot of space taken, but it's aware.
Wait, did I skip?
Team Heretics, they were watching it the whole
Did I skip a
time.
1v5?
Boot picking off Kiko. Mini Boot wrapping around as they're worried about the op. Misses his shot, and that's okay. Back out of that position, uses Util to reclaim some space, and now Woot goes walkabouts, goes looking for the pick, but it's Serial to find it in response. Another for Serial as he's stepping up, but needs an ace to close. Isolated one. For now, it's past.
You guys spoil him from
Team
there.
Heretics. Oh, never mind. He's isolated one. He's through the door for another, and now just one away from the ace.
That's annihilation.
That's unlucky that the wall isn't
He
good.
has the sensors available. Every single piece of the kit is available for Serial and Benji.
Benji can't win, right?
Giving his
If
position away, he's hoping to maybe try and catch him out. But I like this.
He just
reposition
ults,
from
right?
Serial. Realizing
Ah!
he can expect the
Oh, that's so shit.
catch him out.
All you
Serial's
do
available.
is you see this, you stand here looking at A main, and then if this gets shot, you ult, right? The only thing I guess is that Serial doesn't realize that there isn't a node here, and he probably doesn't realize that Benji can just walk here, because Benji's always going to walk out to here to see what's going on, and then start breaking the node. So I do think that actually what I'm saying is wrong. The thing that Serial might think is that Benji's breaking this node here, which doesn't exist, and therefore looks like a noob right here. Let me see.
Now give a piece of the kit.
Does that make sense? Like he probably thinks that this wall's coming out to here.
Available for Serial and Benji can't really do anything without giving his position away. He's hoping to maybe try and catch him out. But I like this reposition from Serial. Realizing that he's gonna expect the no, he spawned it out. I thought you
Reason. It's a changing of the tides there.
that's the there. You got full vigil.
Is the form that we were looking for.
50% of his kill count
From
is
Serial
Phantom.
player today.
Fair enough.
He's off to a flying start.
I felt like Nats has more Phantom kills than most people have kills, but there we go. Immediate TP towards the spawn. They found a gap that's not really being battled for, and it leaves a couple to try and hold this alone. Riens, with a little bit of help, has managed to fight two, in fact, with the Hunter's Fury. And well, after getting that round over,
Nice setup from... This is more the kind of setup I expect from Heretics. I like that they stopped using anything middle, because they know that Team Liquid could have just hit in extremities. Yoru being able to flood in, double trips. I do think that they're a little bit heavy on A's sometimes. Like I would just continue having Boo fight for A main, maybe even with the Yoru, and then have a fast TP. And then like two here at least.
counts as more Phantom kills than most people have kills, but... There we go. Immediate TP towards the spawn. They found a gap that's not really being battled for.
Yeah.
Leaves a couple to try and hold.
Now, after how close they've come, but think back to Haven. Some rounds were close. Some rounds, look up if we experience this spanking on map number 1. We may well see that same form from Heretics.
Same setup again, but we're seeing exploration towards middle.
It's like if they come into this map and come out with a 6-6.
So yeah, this is the other thing that Heretics can do, I guess, is that they know that Team Liquid are just keeping it simple with A main or B main. And so they can get a bit aggressive here if they want to.
Absolutely.
They're playing very well. They've got a TP ready, full trip set up. They can still go here and here with, you know, they've got 4A almost quite quickly too. Like they're playing quite well.
In which it's happening. They're starting to get
The A main XX aren't,
quick
they
push in,
shouldn't
nice
be
work from
that
Syria
scary,
again.
but then
Slam.
they have just contacted that and killed everyone. So
Quick push in, nice work from Serial again. It doesn't seem like
strange positioning from
it's happening.
Heretics though. I guess they're playing in front of the ult. If I'm this player, I'm probably sat in that smoke right now.
They're starting to get slammed. Quick push in, nice work from Serial again.
I think if he just stood in that smoke, they wouldn't have expected him
Whatsoever, having a fantastic
after Boo died.
to put things back in their favor. Serial and Nats. The Boo is well.
Wait, half Team Liquid thrown after that.
They're starting to get slammed. Quick push in, nice work from Serial again. It doesn't seem like he's let that moment get to
Yoru
him
flank.
whatsoever, having a fantastic individual game.
Yeah.
And already Miniboot is going to put things back in their favor. Serial and Nats. Mini
Okay.
remaining 20.
Fight net. Team clear read on how was staring at that the whole time, waiting to pop that flash to punish.
They're going to try and go for it again. I like it.
What,
Maybe trying to
bro?
catch them off guard a little bit with the aggression. Boo, though, it's the same result. Spam through the smoke. He does still get
This
caught
net
by the
keeps
but a
fucking
completely
Boo.
different position. It's being
Nice
spammed
recon
by
in.
Haditech, and Rians has gone down. Woot is
Bro,
leading
bro,
the
bro, bro, bro.
5-1, and now his position's about to he's pulling out the pin. He will lose his life.
Yeah, great ult that forced him to avoid that snake in the grass play. Below.
Okay, so I mean, I think a great half overall for Team Liquid.
Opportunity to use it as well. He's looking in the right direction.
You gotta be
Oh,
shitting me.
with it in hand again. And now Nats goes down. Panitek desperately looking to put salvos into play, but it's already going to be half. They've got time on their side if they can force this peak, and it will be forced soon. Mini, the bodyguard, the man he has to get
Okay.
through, and Panitek does
Okay.
it. Just about finding the Red Bull clutch in the lead.
Shot.
Roll a
The stats tell you no. They really are filthy, and I think especially with the double duelist trying to dive through these setups. Are gonna be
Same pistol they've ran the past, I think, 2 or 3 pistols. So I'm a bit annoyed that Miniboot, what Heretics have instantly died to it. Like I don't even, I'm not, you know, I've not sat here preparing to watch this VOD, but I know that like Team Liquid have ran this pistol multiple times.
difficult. Well, this time they're not
So
diving
to
through
instantly lose
anything.
to it,
It's
I'm a bit annoyed.
aggressive Pistol round start from the defensive side of Liquid, not shying away from a fight. You have to be careful though. A couple of players tagged up at least a little bit, and the kills quickly going back the way of Heretics.
What you tell Miniboot after that round as a coach? He raged after that round. Which round?
They get more. They red hands in his Panitek versus his old roster to at least.
He just
give
looks
them
stressed, man. He just looks stressed.
a pair of hands in his
He's not
Panitek
raging.
versus his old roster.
I think I would remind him of all the things that we probably have been working on with him about, you know. I don't think there's anything that you can say like that's, you know. Probably just needs some encouragement, you know what I mean? He slammed his table. Oh. You I think with someone like Miniboo, he needs encouragement, right? So you remind him that he's been playing sick. You remind him of the protocols that we've been through with the performance coach about the way that he needs to manage his stress. And you just remind him that we trust him as a player.
From the defensive side of Liquid, not shying away from a fight. You have to be careful though. A couple of players tagged up at least a little bit, and the kills quickly going back the way of Heretics. Benji and Woot somehow turning this just to one man. But that one man is Nats. He knows exactly where they are, but might just miss the boat on the timing.
Just about. They've slipped into main. Still a trap covering that cross. Will be broken soon, and Nats will know exactly what's going down. But in not too long, Benji's gonna have.
How did they get these frags, sorry? It's a 4v2 and Team Liquid continue to fight. Okay. They deserve to lose. Yeah. Very stupid. This is like watching Paper X. This is gonna be me watching Paper X. What the fuck are we doing?
Broken soon. Benji's gonna have that. They can just run down that feet. And a Sheriff recovered. The body shots, all that he needs, but he's gotta be quick against Woot.
Hey Mari.
Benji
Hey Sonia.
Fishy, a man who had so many 3Ks.
I made a comment so funny that me wants sugar daddy has joined the chat.
The previous map.
Me wants sugar daddy. Welcome to the club. I'm a big fan of strange names, especially ones that I can read without sounding stupid. Because I can't read a lot of the names, I feel like. Oh, that's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. Using the smoke to block the recon, pretending that someone's middle, and pretending probably that there's something shenanigans at middle, but instead we just walk out A. It's cute. It's a cute idea. Like you see they're pinging it, and now they're obsessed with middle.
They can reset into a 2-2 setup or having someone passive on a site, allow a post plant, and have to fight into it. Give numbers.
You know, it didn't really work, and now Rians is one from ult, so probably the worst case scenario.
Possibly can. Liquid with a lot of luck get a little bit more difficult.
Hello, Rickesh.
You'll see Liquid with a lot of lighter buys. Well, this is 4 rifles.
Fake on A. Oh my god. Heretics love these openers, man. I've seen it on Ascent, I've seen it on Pro. Where you have a insta dash, and then they recon something, and he just kills off of recon. So nice. So nice. But it's nicer because it's not even the real round they're trying to do. They're still ready to go B. Like, this opener wouldn't be good, in my opinion, if they had 5A trying to send it, because it all relies on Woot getting that kill, and it's so inconsistent to get that kill. Whereas, like, if he goes for it and doesn't get it, they still have the options to go B. So this is a beautiful opener. This is a beautiful, like, bonus round idea from Heretics.
The dart is perfect. It gives Woot that opener.
Woot was dead to rights there with the salvos hunting him down either way. Wanted the pick for his trouble, but
The problem is that Nats is just sat on his camera watching B-Man the entire time.
A big play from Team Heretics. Rian's with an ace versus the anti-eco, but now it's the rifles they play against. The A pressure, the pick there too, has found a big...
Oh, he's not actually watching into B-Man, but he's got an idea. Are you casting there? No, I'm about 1,000 miles away from Berlin right now. Actually, how many miles between Berlin and 700 miles. Yeah. No, I'm a bit too far to get in time to cast. No, I'm not working broadcast this week, unfortunately. It would have been nice to, but no, I'm not this week. Why do I use miles? Because I'm English. I'm English.
They are all over this.
Quick response. Nats not being over aggressive, just making sure that he can hold that line, and Benji is all that stands between them and reclaiming their lead. they're actually happy for him to have the site. Not something they're particularly bothered
parkour.
about. He's trying to get there as quietly as possible, but
Bro, it's like Splinter
the real thing
Cell.
he's hoping for is
Bro.
Seconds
he has
left.
found a massive gap potentially. One
Oh,
down,
that's
second,
so
not
unlucky.
quite going his way. He's brought Nats low, but that could have been a difference maker. Just trying
What would
to
be a cool name for
get the
Benji
space
here?
that he humanly can. In fact,
Metal
look at
Gear
the
Benji?
direction. And now another one for Benji. He
Metal
seems
Gear
to make
Fishy.
every single of these rounds so desperately
Solid-
close. And yet,
Solid
considering that
Fishy.
bonus, it could
Solid
easily
Benji.
be 4, 5 players left to
Solid
play.
fish.
Well, all the
Solid
chances were-
fish. Is that a solid
Now, if
snake? Solid
Benji
fish.
Didn't see that player in market. He has the freest picks of his life. That could have been a 3K spray down into spawn. What a recovery. And again, one of the factors that we looked at. And they, luckily, they recover just in time. But their economy takes a big hit, and a loss here could give Heretics the lead in the next.
I think Solid Fish is the best by
Reset to
far.
Mike Shields.
Rians?
Boo, I think, considering shooting his own dart. There is not a Sova on the other side, so it's not something he has to worry about too much, but maybe getting lost in the moment.
I guess this is something for Team Liquid. Nats is gonna play here most of the game. Nats literally runs his ranks up. I've watched Nats play enough of rank to know what setups he runs, and this is one of his ranked setups he uses. So if Heretics just default out this wall, they're gonna have, you know, a lot of control over the map. They should have control of like all of this space for free, pretty much. So interested to see what Heretics do with that and what Team Liquid do in response. You can see Team Liquid walling off and then going into a mid fight right now. Their mid fight's not great. They don't have KO flashes coming in over the top. They don't have recons coming in to clear the space. They're gonna have to try to contact it.
The defense regressing into middle. There are a fair few pieces missing in this round, and this Outlaw is as deadly as ever. They're going to go swinging into it.
I think Fnatic wins today.
Minibu, that's the damage that Benji caused in the last round. They
Based off
couldn't
the
afford
veto
those heavy
advantage.
shields. And while those are the freest kills he might get all day.
My guy deserves an assist for that up on the scoreboard. He's not going to find it, though.
It's
Still,
not enough.
he'll be, he has, doesn't he? On 12 and 6 at the moment. He'll be
Ooh.
happy enough if they win this
Ooh,
round. Damage
okay.
done, and he's dealt with in the end. The spams through the wall from all those players on top mid. Now with
I'd love to see Team Liquid just play out that round and just see what happened, so I could see actually how rounds play out, instead of them trying to get aggressive with a comp that's not great at aggressive.
one for Nats.
I do commend Team Liquid for playing the comp with
Still set up for the corner.
a bit more dimension than just sitting on sites, though, I guess.
Looking to low, but this leads to them.
Was a believable
They do have some early aggression rounds that are quite cool.
You know you,
Yeah.
and if fields you say, I'm going to swing and trade you. Well, there are two barrels to that.
Okay,
side.
eco round.
Defensive side. We talked about how difficult it can be to
Ooh.
walk into these sort of defensive crossfires. And while so far, I don't
They
think
banned
they've
Pro
really
on
been
a Sun, I
challenged
think.
to do so. A lot of it has been Liquid trying to get up in their face.
Which are
Pressure,
both
that's
maps I
exactly
would
what
favour
it is. Sort of
Heretics on.
round, it's kind of expected
Pro
with
a lot,
weaknesses, the
Ascent
vulnerabilities of
fair
Rams.
amount.
He's eco farming again.
If Rams was a little bit further
Like,
forward,
Fnatic
everything
winning that
else
upper
would
bracket
be
game was
because
so
of that
important
power
for the
round.
grand
This
final.
round was in a lot of trouble. The pressure put on B. So many players rotated in there for Team Liquid, and those pistols coming
No one
around
uses
would be
Judge
upgraded
Bucky on this
quite
map?
quickly indeed,
You
but
mean on
nothing
this
gets
one
away
game
from
of the
Liquid
map?
beyond that first pick.
Or in general?
And 9 rounds.
In general, the Judge is very strong towards A. Specifically, if you watch Sadhack play KO with a Judge.
We're going into round 18. Rans.
Like, these spaces here are very good with a Judge, and then sometimes you get up close to the smoke with a Judge here. This is a very good like space to play the Judge.
Said he didn't have much to do in map number 1, kind of along for the ride, but on this map, Liquid's choice, one where they were definitely favored. Well, Camo's at least gonna kick
That's
this
a very
off
strange
spontaneous
dash.
wall into a smoke,
Why?
totally favored.
Why not just dash across market there?
On this
The
map,
only reason I can see for him not wanting to dash here is because we don't have B main smoked, but you just wait for the B main smoke.
Liquid's choice, one where they were definitely favored.
You just dash market. If you get into trouble, you just instant smoke this off as the jet, and you get a smoke here and you run out. I don't really understand that dash from Camo.
Even while into a smoke, dashing away, Miniboo is quick enough. It is Benji down. There's a good player to take out, but at the loss of Camo. But again, it's an aggressive stance. That's his sort of role within this. The rest of the team, you expect to have that util, that delay. And with the ultimates that they have available to them,
That's playing very defensive.
a liquid round. Otherwise, it does feel like Heretics have almost just got this in the bag.
I guess they're trying to play anti-tail. Oh wait, no, they got the tail. What are they doing? Why isn't that so far away? The only reason I could think of is because they're worried about a jet dash aggressive garden, I guess.
Heretics already scoring what double the rounds on the attack than every
Euro
other
ult,
game for
maybe?
Team Liquid on this two other games combined.
Yoru Sova ult, he was worried on garden, I
This has
guess.
been an impressive display from this attacking side. A big push by Miniboo.
That's nice by Kiko. Baiting out the stuff and then just being able to TP out. I think that was, it might have been intentional.
Kiko manages to slip out of his grasp. That's not quite so lucky as Woot takes him down, and the quick on this.
How did Nats die?
This attacking side.
Oh, Nats didn't realize there's a lurk short.
Push by Miniboo.
Yeah, okay.
Kiko manages.
Personally, I wouldn't have minded us to just wait for the tail. Look how much util our tail has right now. Oh, Salvo, Recon, Stun. Can't we just try and play retake? Like, our comp isn't terrible at retaking. We don't have the paranoia or smokes. Heretics comp isn't amazing at post planting. I don't think there's a need to like flood in like that. 7 attack with double senti should be enough. I would say so, yes. The only argument against it is that the Yoru jet is probably better on attack than it is defense, but I think it should be enough. Ascent is the map that I'm least comfortable at making that analysis on, but I think so. Because I generally suck at Ascent historically. Like, I think maps that like my team has won on, I feel a lot more comfortable to say stuff about, whereas Ascent's probably our weakest map. And like the map we played the least, I guess.
He's using it as like a showstopper. It's a very weird way to do it. Of course, for Woot, that is his 1,000th. That is absurd. Like, he literally, what? It wasn't even there at the beginning because of how things were going.
Oh,
That's Woot hitting his 1,000-kill mark.
bro, Vision Strikers, but look at this, man. I want a zoomy circle right now. Give me that zoomy circle on that right now. Get it zoomed in. Get that double, that four trip setup zoomed right the fuck in.
But Camo's moved quickly. Still, enough of a distraction caused on that side that now A is not quite wide open. In fact, the ult is going to stop the further aggression. It's going to cause problems for the player now stuck on.
Nats is flooding in again. What is this, Nats? You've got 4 trips on you. You got 4 trips on the door. How many of them will get broke? Oh, they will get broke. Never mind. That tail ult broke them all.
It's going to cause problems for the player now stuck on site. Never mind. Woot is quick on the trigger.
Okay, that's a smarter than me. That's fine.
He's already picked off 2. And Ace, the entirety of Team Heretics have to fall in his hands, or double digits will be found by Heretics.
What's this?
This attack side win streak will
They play, I guarantee what's going to happen, because Mini keeps doing VOD reviews as well. Mini's going to flame the A setup so much.
Red Bull.
Have I?
His first battle was with the
I think Sliggy's ahead of me on this one.
The rest might be a little bit tougher.
I don't think I've been too disappointed with the A, have I,
Not
so
gonna
far?
give him anything. A peek here would be an unnecessary risk that he just not.
Planted.
Okay, let's see what Sliggy, what I think Sliggy means. What's going on here?
afterwards, unless we've seen played out.
Look, I love the crowd, but this does look a bit Zombie Nation right now.
with a timeout. They'll be going into an eco.
It doesn't quite have the passion that you might expect from a crowd, but I appreciate the effort.
This was this defense had
Benji fished up in their last game, and that's one. Jesus,
how
and that's
teams
diffed.
played them well. As you mentioned earlier, the duels between Benji and Nats had only ever gone one way. I don't think that's going to be the story today, unless
That's
maybe
us on
push the names.
Chocho train.
Yeah, I think
Chocho
it might
train.
be about right the other way around. The story is of Rian's 26 and 12 at the moment.
He's kind of
That was Telltale. It can't break their trips. Wait, can it not?
back online. He had to, they're just
Hacks ammo. Not ammo's moved quickly. Still, enough of a distraction caused on that side that now A is not.
Oh, it was one shock dart killed all four. Okay, one shock dart has killed everything. I think that might be why Slicky thinks I'm flaming. I mean, that is pretty shit.
Wide open. In fact, the ult is going to
Watch.
stop the further.
One shock dart killed 3 pieces of util. Yeah, my complaint. I can see why they're flooding in here. Like it's a 3v4, right? So Patsy and Nats do need to make a play here. Maybe Slicky thinks that micro setup is terrible, which it kind of is. It is kind of fun though.
don't think
About right the other way
Okay,
around.
eco round. Let's get this one over
on
with.
B, take one, look his way serious. Headshots at him.
Exactly.
3v3 post plant.
In this round here, Paranoia.
I'm just praying that Team Heretics win this one, so I'll have to watch it back. 4v3 post plant, sorry. Okay, we get it. You win Anticos. Right, cool. Right.
The funny thing
A
is,
setup
the defensive
again.
side at the moment is
I mean, okay. I mean, immediately I'm confused why we're isolating our Cypher off when we've got an operator and a rifle. Like, usually you want to start, you'll see like Omen start like around here. And then can react to whatever happens on A main. But because he's starting here, he's going to need to flood back in to help. But at that point, you might as well just stay off. But then Nats is by himself. It doesn't feel like the most coordinated idea right now. And then the operator, Camo's operator can't do anything at all. Like, I hope that what we see here is Camo immediately go here, and we see Omen immediately come here.
is letting them down. The operator being brought in is a change.
Okay.
They've tried to get aggressive into middle.
No,
To
what, Camo?
no avail. Well, it's a change.
Oh,
of
he
pace
fucked up.
all together from this attack side. Nats, he's been overwhelmed in a lot of
The,
scenarios.
I think, okay. This is quite kind of something to maybe talk about. Is if I was doing like a VOD review for Team Liquid, I'd ask what is the point of starting the operator here? You either want to get if he wants to go ult mid or short, just go ult mid or short. Go do it. Why are we starting here? If we're starting here, we might as well start Heaven in case they rush A. And then if they don't rush A, you can then come back down and do your thing. And then the same for the short player. I guess he's getting info. But yeah, Jet should be Heaven right now. I mean, again, Jet should either be here or here right now. If the Jet is here, Omen should probably start here. If the Jet is here, the Omen can start where he is right now. And so you have your, like, you basically start, you think about Valorant in terms of like different phases, right? So the first phase is like your anti-rush. So on Ascent, like we would talk about it quite a lot, it's like, are we ready for anti-rush? They're not ready for an anti-rush right now. Nats is by himself on A. There's going to be no delay here at all. There's no threat of an operator onto the A site at all. Yeah, so there's no anti-rush at all. Despite the fact that, like, the only reason you wouldn't want to start the round with an anti-rush is if you're doing something else on the map. So if the Jet was getting aggressive up into middle, you might be like, okay, well, we didn't play anti-rush A, we might play retake A, because we're trying to do other things on the map. But right now, Team Liquid are neither playing for anti-rush or doing anything else useful on the map. So this might be why Sliggy thinks I might hate their subs. Another reason, potentially. Because, yeah, they got 3 on the A side of the map, but they're not ready to do anything. So we do see Kiko flood in by himself, die. We see Nats on the site die by himself. Camo floods in heaven and gets an operator kill. But that should have been his second shot. His first shot should have come immediately, and then he should have been able to get a second shot like that in afterwards.
In that one, 2 far more high impact ones in this.
Omen should be sighted, Jet should be sight with... Omen should be sighted, Jet should be sight with Cypher. No. I think I explained it well enough. Omen mid / straight. No, like, again, Jet should be either here, here, in the setup they're running. You know, the Jet can, of course, go for A main picks. If the Jet is here, the Omen starts here. If the Jet is up here, the Omen could start here. And so what happens is we can get a very fast smoke down. We have a player here, a player here. And then the third player could be, you know, the Jet probably has to then go that way if he's short. Or the other way around, you have 2 heaven, or two towards this part, and then the Omen floods in here. You don't think Deadlock Wall has been getting much value on defense or attack? On attack, I could see the value. The value of the Deadlock here, like for instance, is that like right now they can easily rotate 4A and wall off B main. But what's the point if our strong side, like, so our strong side here, our like equals like 3. Our 3 setup is losing.
They've tried to get aggressive into middle to no avail. Well, it's a change of pace altogether from this attack side. Back one has to bang leaving.
Okay, yeah, Sliggy. So Sliggy. Okay, so yeah. So after Heretics win that AXX that easily. So once Heretics, the rhythm of this game now is that Heretics have shown very strong AXX, or like they've won AXX because Team Liquid haven't been great at defending them. But the long story short is Heretics Liquid now need to play anti-rush A, right? Like they now need to say, okay, Heretics have won a few rounds or looked very strong, just instantly going A. At the bare minimum, we need to be able to stop an all-in on A at the start of the round. So for the first 10 or 15 seconds, can we please stop the A rush? And it looks like Team Liquid have not read that at all and are going back into a 2-1-2. So, yeah. Like, very easily, you could have Deadlock just deny this space at the start of the round in case Heretics switch it up and go for a BXX or something. But at the start of the round, there should be 3A right now, and they should be ready for this rush again, and they're not.
Was basically Panatech sending or leaving the Heretics boys at home. This time, a spot in the final awaits, a battle for a trophy, something Heretics have been looking for a long time, but they've still got a way to go just yet. Kiko.
I mean, Camo's done well to flood in quick enough, though. Like, Camo, they have done better here to flood in quickly. I just don't think that they need this trip at middle. At all. I don't mind this setup specifically. I'm not sure what Sliggy was talking about. Like, Omen being here, Cypher here, Jet flooding in. To me, this looks like very standard setup. I would say that they don't necessarily need this trip. I don't know where the cam is either. The cam's up here. Yeah. I think this all looks fine to me. I don't have any problems. I think that they could have done a better job of having 3A at the start of the round here.
Where he
map. The reveal though, giving them the opportunities.
I think maybe Sliggy is thinking with this composition that the Deadlock Tail could get more value if they just like, you know, they could start the round with just some kind of combo kind of util in A main, or hard deny the choke or something. If that makes sense. Like maybe start the Deadlock where they think the exec is happening, and then just net. Like the net is such a good piece of util to just deny the exec. Maybe that's what Sliggy's thinking about. Like maybe you could start the round with like all 3 of these agents like towards the A side of the map. Leave 1 trip here. Do like a drone out B main and just leave the jet, you know, in B main or something. Like maybe Sliggy was thinking like that or something. Party's not had the opportunity to use his rockets at all, I don't think. I don't think you want to be using them start of round that often on a scent, but maybe it's not the worst idea to threaten like some of the mains. Like I could see main fights being quite good with it. I think you kind of want to hold them for nets though. I guess like the net combo.
Like with the discipline on display.
There's no need to get aggressive.
Yeah, so Verti says Jet on B line, hard stack double sending towards A. I think that's probably the best way to do it. To be fair, I'm not the best at this comp. Like I'm not the best at this comp because I've not really played it. I'm gonna do some work on it this week for the Patreon because Sliggy wants to run. I think this is a like doing a double Sentry kind of comp for a Sent Patreon is probably a good idea. So I think I'm gonna look at that one. If TL are hard rushing A side, if Heretics were hard rushing A side, TL should take space on the other side of the map, for example, or just play retake. I'm not the one talking about what is going on here right now on the map. Can you explain to me? It's kind of okay. So like I'm saying, if you know the enemy team is rushing A main, you play an anti-rush. Specifically, the theory on this map is that I would argue that you can hold this if you know that an A main exec is coming. In general, you on some maps it might be too hard to hold the space, and you want to play for more like pushing out and flanking in reaction to hard hits. But on this map, I think it's absolutely fine that if you think the opponent is going to rush you on A, that you just play some kind of heavy ace up and shut it down. I don't think it's so much about like being fancy about it. I think you just play 3A and shut it down. The other side of the map, again, like they could just get Jet onto a line. Teo comes towards middle, ready to fast rotate in.
Dangerous before he hits his full peak power. But it's
this is called Epic Pen.
in the blip of many.
Epic
And I don't mind the
Pen.
idea. It feels like Heretics were just on a steamroll. I just going, okay, let's just try this once more.
You could have Omen Flash and Teo Mollies cut the rush. You don't want to stop the rush. You want to fuck them up. And in order to fuck them up, you either would do like a Teo Molly Deadlock net combo. In my opinion, you could just do double senties with the Omen, so you have the paranoia still, and you have the net on the choke. The other thing you could do is play the operator on A heaven. There's a lot of different ways that they could play the anti-rush on A.
Couple of games, especially, he is Kiko, but they're not going to care if they get it to overtime. It moment knows. Yeah, let's pause. Let's make sure that whatever we're about to do, it's impactful.
It's interesting. 4 aces for Heretics in partnership.
15 for
15
Team Liquid.
for Liquid. Sometimes they've needed
Yeah,
those.
safe got a lot of aces.
Look at the score line on the bottom.
Friends I won today.
They haven't
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Sliggy's right. Like, what on fucking earth are they doing? Now they're just putting 4 pieces of util on the right side of the site, and they're not playing for A main at all. Like, Heretics are going A again, and we're not reacting accordingly. I'm very confused.
chained together 2 rounds. This somehow coming into this map, you would not have thought this possible to ask, can they get 2 in a row? On the defense, but Team Liquid have had that problem, and it's a great predictive play from Rianz.
I know that they're probably worried about the deadlock.
Kiko is hunted down.
Bro, and then all of the trips.
Dimensional drift in tandem.
They should all be dead, right? If the clone hits here, why didn't Rianz just shock?
To give that opener, removing one player from action, but the trip in a sneaky spot has managed to even things up. Camo even looking to go back in, reclaim space, get into position once more, turning things
It's a
back
good
into
flood
an
in.
advantageous position but
After the first tag, Liquid have had that problem, and it's a great
I can see why they don't want to play like on the site, because Yoru ults in, and then the server's going to ult them all. But to me, it's once again, I would probably start the Jet. I mean, they don't have an operator this round. I'd probably just start Jet Heaven, and then Deadlock just net. Or even Deadlock could ult right now, right?
Kiko is hunted down.
they've used that dimensional drift in tandem to give that opener, removing one player.
I don't mind these trip. The trip here, like one of the trips, but to have 2 in the same spot is very strange to me. Like, I know they're trying to play funky with the fit theory that like if you hit one, you don't expect the other. But I don't think, yeah, I can see it. Nats kind of knows that the shock is coming here, so everything here is broken. So you could just put 2 trips on this side, I guess. I think that's what he's thinking. I would argue that you want to put one probably here and one probably like deeper down though, just in case they do shock and get both.
Drift in tandem to give that opener, removing one player from action, but the trip in
And again, the Deadlock is kind of getting the value here, because like he's walled off and then they could just flood in 4, but I'll be honest, kind of obvious that they're rushing A. You don't need the wall to secure you. So yeah, Liquid flood in nicely. Oh shit, I remember this.
You'd hope that this one wouldn't go unchecked. Miniboo in a bit of a sneaky spot. They've all got past it. 2 already go his way. It's a mistake from Liquid that might just be the end of the map. Camo trying to...
Yeah, nice from Miniboo. Wouldn't it be better to put them on the site? No. Okay, so to give some context, or to at least like play, to at least not look like an idiot here. He's putting the trips here because Nats is going to play around the door, and he needs to be able to kill people off of the trips easily. If he puts them on the site, he's not going to be able to kill people off the trips easily. Like if they're around the site somewhere, he's going to have to come to this corner and try and kill them. And by the time the attack gets to up here, they can be a lot more cautious about how they scale. Once they get past like this line, I'd say this line even, once they get into this area, they can start slow walking a little bit more and kind of, they don't have the threat of like being spammed so easily. Whereas like when you're in this box here, you could just be being sprayed through the smokes, you know? So you're kind of like, when you're scaling out of this space, you're kind of trying to run a bit more, and then you get to here and you can just walk if you want to. I've watched some Bosa VODs and I agree 100% he's using a vibrating butt plug mid-match. I disagree with Josh's, like, Sideshow's theory on the butt plug. I think that it should be one short buzz equals A, one long buzz equals no, slow A, wait, is this what I want to say? Fast A, slow A, and then two short buzz equals fast B, you know? And then you can apply the logic now. You guys are Aristotelian logis, how do you say it? People of logic, logicians. You guys can figure this one out for yourselves. So I think that then the problem is that the slow C, the slow C is going to be 3 long buzzes. So you got to be careful calling the slow C, you know? You got to be a bit careful. Logisticians. Yeah, the slow C, you got to be careful with that one. You got to be careful. That's attack side. Defense-wise... So this is your attack side calling system with the butt plug. I think defense. What do you want on the defense? I think it's the same theory. It's like you buzz once. Short buzz for like it's a fast A. A long buzz for play 3A, like play strong side A, but it's not a rush, you know? But the short buzz is you need to stop an anti. The short buzz is stop anti-rush A. One long buzz is play strong side A. And then you could follow the logic through again. Long buzz, like instead of it just being a short little buzz, almost like Morse code. You guys know like Morse code? Like Morse code is like, what is it? Dashes, dots. Is dash long or short? I can't remember. What is buzz? Dash is long. Yeah, so you instead of it being like a little boop, you go boop. Buzz is a Valorant player, yeah. We're talking about Valorant players. Yeah. Anyway, if anyone has any questions, any more questions not related to the VOD review, I'm happy to answer for the next couple of minutes until we get back into the next VOD. If you guys are confused by what I'm talking about right now, it's best to not even try and understand. You don't need to buzz for ecos, because I wouldn't buzz for ecos. If the team's too stupid to understand economic theory, then it is, you know. Okie dokie. Right, any questions? I'm playing top Warwick into Cassante. Am I cooked? I don't play top lane. Top lane's for losers. Will you buzz for recreational purposes? No. What if your IGL likes the vibrator and gets distracted? That's why I said you gotta be careful with those slow C rounds. Top laners are chads. Top laners are they're just on an island by themselves playing tanks the whole game. Like, who cares? Can someone explain buzz in Gen Z terms? Like, it is in Gen Z terms already. What if the coach gets evil and starts buzzing without any reason? Yeah, I mean, it would be tempting. Is buzz like pause? Okay, okay. I'm gonna explain it to you because I feel bad for you. Do you guys remember the chess cheating allegations. What was it? Because it's gonna come up Neiman, but it's is it this? Where can I find, like, can someone give me like something to look on stream? Yes. I don't want to search butt plug. Vibrating butt toys are exactly what chess needs. I mean, this is Rolling Stone, so let's just say that there was allegations that people might be cheating in chess using interesting means, and so we were applying that theory to Valorant. How could Valorant players cheat using, you know, toys? I love that we've scarred like half the new viewers probably. So now you get it. So now when I'm saying one short buzz equals fast A, you know. Okay. Anyway, who is IGL do you think is most likely to do it? Definitely Boaster, and it's not even close. I'm not scared, I'm intrigued. What if the other team knows you're using a plug and they keep rotating back and forth to slow you off? We'll get to that stage. I take a timeout. I might need to take a timeout. Like, okay, so plan A. So plan A is like the short, long buzz ABC system, right? Like, if I notice they're doing fakes, maybe we need to go to like a plan B, where we have like a different system for communicating. Like, it's almost like, okay, buzzes are now just for fakes. Like, if I buzz, they're faking. If I don't buzz, they're going straight. Okay, right. Any more questions? We've lost almost 100 viewers to talking about butt plugs. Any other questions? If another team had asked for your help before Paper-Rex, would you have helped any team? Yes. If they were going to, the thing about me is that I quite like money. So if someone wants to give me money and I get to do something I enjoy, then I will probably say yes. Yeah. Obviously, Paper-Rex felt quite special for me because, like, it's a team with a lot of history. They're very popular, and I like them. And it's very interesting to work with a team that is plays Valorant in a way that makes my brain hurt sometimes. So it's been quite interesting. How well did they receive your butt plug strats? I said recently that I wanted Jason to take more responsibility as like the IG on the team, and so you take that how you want. Who you got Wednesday? Fnatic. Does Mini work for PRX or did just in the past? I helped Paper-Rex for 10. I worked with them. I did 10 days worth of work with them whilst they were on their track by track run, and I should be helping them for Toronto a little bit. I'm taking a break from work right now though. Why is Casey struggling so much with such players? I think that personally, I think that their style of Valorant does not suit playing with the color of players they have. I think at times they overcomplicate, and I would love to see them just execute stuff simply, if that makes sense. The irony is that I think that like the Deadlock Bind is a really good example of them finding a composition that works just on defense and then works well for their set strats on attack. And if they just did that on a lot of maps where they had like a good inherent defense with some really good set strats on attack, like maybe that's the route to go. What maps do I think for today? I think that Fnatic ban Ascent and Pro. Any tips how to counter enemy teams defaulting playing ultra slow? Defaulting and playing ultra slow. The key is that at about 40 seconds in the round, you want to get information back on one part of the map, and then if you get information back on one part of the map and they're not there, then you know they're grouping the other side of the map. How important was coaching for the early days of Fnatic? I mean, I don't think any less or more important than what it was later on. If anything, maybe more important, because the scene was so new. They're like, everyone's a bunch of noobs and everyone's very unprofessional, so maybe more important. Do I think Heretics played well technically yesterday? Yeah. I think that some of Team Liquid's comps are absolute cuckoo. I think that their Haven was never going to look good against Heretics. Please tell me you're going to publish this VOD. I let every VOD is available. Right, let's watch. Do you think RRQ is very dependent on Jemkim's performance? I think Jemkim is a great player. I don't know RRQ well enough. I have not sat around watching RRQ VODs very much. What do I think about Leo? I think everyone in my chat knows what I think about Leo. Opinions on the Lotus and Ascent Waylay. I don't love Ascent Waylay, Lotus Waylay. I wasn't massively high on, but I can see it. I could see it. I think Team Liquid play a pretty good Waylay on Lotus. I quite like Waylay on Ascent. I don't like Waylay as much with the Teo nerf. Okay, right. Let's watch this third VOD.
Liquid have a chance. They have a good chance.
Heretics knows the choice. Map 1 and map 2 in Team Heretics.
Wait, they got the sticker too? Hey, that's Feely from Discord.
Benji Fishy, like we saw that regularly, like constantly pick him out of those lurks on that attack side. I want to see if
I do think that I prefer the Jet over the Neon, but I do know it's Mini Boo. So I know Heretics got a lot of like cool rounds they do with the Neon. But I really think that there is a massive difference between KO and Sova on this map. I think that Sova is way better than KO on this map. I love that both teams play the Gecko though. I think Gecko is almost necessary on this map at the moment. Because teams don't like playing Sage right now.
Has there been adaptations? The other thing that was to note for Heretics was
will I do a power ranking of teams in Toronto? Maybe.
Series, he's looked very good, and if he's firing on all cylinders, I don't think it matters what Liquid do.
Well, that is a scary thought.
I don't think it matters what Liquid series. He's looked very good. And if he's firing on all cylinders...
Do I need to make new commands every day? Like I've answered the Fnatic ban thing, I think 10 times today. And I'm not trying to flame you, I'm just like wondering if I should make commands for like daily commands as soon as I say something. So that other chatters can just command it out.
I don't think it matters what Liquid do.
Like I didn't realize people be so interested in that.
Scary thought for Team Liquid coming out of this BO5
But can you guys, if you guys see a question that someone asked that I've answered quite a few times, can you just answer it for them? That would be like, I would really appreciate it. Like I'm struggling to like not answer the same question 100 times. So Heretics just gonna walk into A and plant, it looks like. Team Liquid, let's see what they do. They shouldn't flood in with 3. They're gonna flood in with 3. I don't know what the fuck Team Liquid are doing.
Already passed the nano swarms. I don't think they expected them to be that deep into the site already. It was a quasi flood.
And then Team Liquid are very poor at doing anything. They have B-Long. B-Long is free. They should be scaling up B-Long and threatening a flank. If you watch Fnatic versus Team Liquid, no, Fnatic versus Team Heretics, the amount of times that Fnatic actually pushed out of space and actually threatened flanks and did very well because of it was very high. I need to see Team Liquid, like, and I don't understand, if we're gonna do a flood thing, can't do it with 3 people.
Waiting for them on that A side. Players just outside. Now they've got a good idea where the hit's coming through. Miniboo not deterred by that util. The suppression nor the decay will keep.
The neon stun was big there though. Like Miniboo's stun was the reason it looks so bad, the flood, but I still think flooding with 3 is not the move.
They've taken a hefty amount of damage, and on the other side, Miniboo is...
See, this is where, like, I guess it's the difference between map theory, right? Like, on Icebox, I'm saying that you shouldn't flood in with 3, but on Ascent, I didn't hate them doing it. Like, I do think that, like, on Icebox, here you just contain and play for retake.
Fine and dandy as ever. Woot is going to add another to the death toll. This is looking rough for Liquid in the pistol, and they've got to try and get past Miniboo and the full force.
Have I heard about the Protect the Viper strat book on Haven? I mean, didn't we make one for Patreon?
At least with a couple, but the remaining 2, they're just playing post.
Yeah, and there's no need to overextend at this point. Serial's already low, time on their side.
I think that's a lineup that Boo has to get the orb there.
Easy connect as Benji already sees it's not being stuck.
Cool team to play against. There's not many that are able to successfully run this Neon, but when it was...
Aspects and Icebox needs to be studied. That's a good idea, actually, because I thought about this recently, about Leo. So I was going to make, like, a video about, like, how Leo actually played, because I mean, it's very hard to do without demos or replays, right? But what I really like about what I can provide as an analyst is actually looking at the tangible and material reasons why someone's good or bad. Instead of us using like fluffy language just to kind of describe how we think players play, actually go and show you instead of just saying, you know, like show you how these players play, show you how these teams play. Like actually look at the rounds themselves rather than kind of say, oh, this team plays slow or this team plays fast. Like let's actually look at it. So I think that's a really good idea though. Like if I could do like how Aspas plays on Icebox, it's a really solid idea, and break it down. That could be good. I know that Stiggy's probably already thinking like, because I know that Stiggy's like was talking about it recently, where it's like if you heat mapped him on the map, it is essentially here and here he plays, and sometimes here on defense. But even though that is the case, like, can we go deeper about that and kind of explain why that's good or how he actually takes those angles and stuff?
Moving over to this Gecko has been...
It might take some... It would take a lot of mini-map watching, though, because obviously we don't have the first-person perspective all the time.
To play these more aggressive flashes,
so it'd be a lot of zoomed-in mini-map. And I don't know, that's not obviously not as good as watching like first person perspective stuff. Like it's gonna alienate a lot of people from wanting to watch that kind of content, I feel like. But I think there'll be enough people interested in that like idea where like I talk about a player.
All about building up those orbs.
One thing we talked about extensively was...
Oh, you don't need to apologize. You can ask me questions like that, Handler Fraud.
this is the
Um,
last time that they played as
It's
well.
just,
The fact
sorry,
that
I get sometimes a little bit like
consistently
not
every
sure how
step
to
of the
deal with
first
being
half,
asked the
Benji
same
+7 against
question
+9.
100 times. Like that question is not going to be asked 100 times in a day. How would I fix Icebox? I don't know. It's too complicated. It's frustrating that middle is useless. So you need to solve middle. You need to make middle not useless. And then I would want something on A. I want some more. I think it should be easier to plant the spike on B. But there needs to be more playable space on B. Like almost like you make this open and like add like a box or something. I don't know. And then like on A, there's no playable space either. It's like really weird. Like add, I don't know. I don't want to get into it because I'm not good at that stuff.
When he faces off against Benji, it's a different story. He's only taken him down one time so far. We see a near flawless round. Serial, the only one to pipe up. Dropping mini boot.
Do replay systems in other games such as Cisco show pro matches VODs publicly? Yes, of course. Yes. You could go watch Simple's POV in every single round he's ever played. Like, for instance, like, let me just very quickly, sorry, this might not be super interesting, but like Launders before Donk was like, you know, popping everyone's head off.
Their Splinter arc.
Like Launders just gets up Donk VODs and just watching Donk VODs, you know what I mean? Like you just watch his perspective. Like you can't do that in Valorant. You know? Whereas I'd have to like do a lot of mini-map watching.
Yeah, there's not three pistols backing up a couple.
That's game-changing in analysis. Yes, it's game-changing in content. It's game-changing in analysis. It's one of the reasons why we want a replay system. As soon as there is that replay system, I would just do a lot of VOD content on players. Boaster does a similar thing where he takes like, you know, like he takes players in ranked, so he's got Jing's POV in ranked and just watches him play ranked. I think that's vaguely viable, where you break down how a player plays their ranked games. The problem is that some players are trolling. But I think that like if I was to like break down like Nats, it would work because Nats actually plays quite serious in ranked.
The defensive side on the B site is about to be, well, looks like it's about to be pressured. 3 players there, Spike is there, Benji's gearing up for that flank play. But there might be an attempt.
Have you ever had players like Nats or Luxo crit lurk timings? Why do I think that Gekko's played on this map a lot? Because Wingman. Little bro, like planting the spike on this map is a pain in the ass. Especially on B, planting the spike here is a pain in the ass. It's like you need to, it's really useful to have an extra person to plant because you see the floods coming in quite a lot. And so if you don't have that player with the gunner, it could be annoying. Especially like here, that you get util and shot quite easily. And then the reverse is true, right? It's a very good retake map. So having little bro defusing whilst you're retaking is very good.
For a play that is just now coming through. And he hears those rotations. He's heard the steps away. They know that this fake has worked towards B. Will they claim the A space? Or look to take everybody down?
The problem, the reason Valorant doesn't have a replay system is because it wasn't built from, the game wasn't built in that way. Like, there are games historically that have been built with that from the ground up. Whereas Valorant wasn't built with that from the ground up. Like, again, like someone said, some other games built on the Source Engine. Source Engine just has that stuff inherent to the game. Wait, so what did Heretics do this round? Defaulting B long. I think Heretics are a bit obsessed with B. They are obsessed with B against Fnatic in a very unhealthy way. And once again, they're in a disadvantage after going B. Luckily, Kiko's ran in by himself and taken an isolated duel, and Heretics win off of fundamentals. Yeah, so Heretics shouldn't have won that round.
Well, wood planting as well. And when you are up against map and series point in the best of 5,
Someone asked, are players... Okay, and this is the last question unrelated to this VOD that I'm going to answer. Save the question till after the VOD, if it's unrelated to the VOD. But do you think players being hyped up is better than players being calm during matches? It is different for each player. I've always preferred players being a bit calmer, but like, I think it's really important to hype up players during big moments and stuff. To keep a positive atmosphere, but it to be calm is the ideal situation, I think, overall. Especially for the style of Valorant that I was coaching. Like, you want some positivity, but you also don't want to get too hyped, because our style of Valorant was like required a lot of thought, so you don't want to waste too much time patting yourself on the back. You need to get back into thinking again.
It's unheard of. Sprinkling them in amongst the feet. Good thing about this one is huge read from Team Liquid, or just a huge gamble. 4 players in position, and Heretics are running right into it. Lots of pistols, and they might not pose much danger alone.
I think they have the info though. Like at this point, at least 2 or 3 players have been spotted on this side of the map, but it's almost coming down to a level of disrespect. They want to fight into this, even seeing players on the wraparound, but it doesn't seem to matter. They have walked into the full force of this squad and still seemingly coming out on top.
Yet again, putting forward, that's where they pose a serious threat.
Do you think G2 would be good at Teo? I can't answer. I've answered that question 100 times, and I'm in the VOD now. If you want to ask questions unrelated to the VOD, you have to wait until the map's over, or you can join my Discord channel. Or my Discord, sorry.
And even on Haven, the rifle round now stands in their way. A full buy for Team Liquid. And even on Haven,
that recon's kind of nice. I mean, it looks nice, but I don't think it's good. It's weird. It's a weird recon. I mean, Minibu is literally out here already, so I guess he doesn't need the recon here. It's a weird one. I guess it should still ping someone here. It's a strange recon. It doesn't get anyone under, and I guess it would ping here, here, still. So kind of cool.
Even on Haven, but they didn't win a lot of rounds. There were a lot of rounds that came close. Can't count them out.
Why do I think Heretics' success would be? I'm not sure. If it landed on the side, it would ping under. Yeah, but it might not ping the top.
Shots and they won't get there in time to actually save Panatek, so he's got...
In this moment, Heretics could just plant in the corner here against this Killjoy ult. Let me explain. So actually, I think it's best to not plant here. Like, planting top site is very good in this moment, because obviously Belt is still playable space, and the plant can be seen from Belt. So top site is pretty good. Ult at 1 minute creates 0 pressure. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a weird ult. You generally prefer to ult when this plant is going down, like it's secured. I'll be right back 1 second, guys. I'll be right 1 second. Do you think Liquid would be affected by the Teo nerf because they don't have a good Teo player, a good Sova player? One sec. Team Liquid. That's an interesting theory. I guess Xerio learns Sova? I mean, Patty could play Sova. I'm not going to watch Patty this, no. I was just going to see what the score was. Oh, there it's not live. Okay. Why do you think there was such a drastic difference in the form Heretics showed in a 24-hour time frame? That's a very good question, actually. I don't think they necessarily. I think Fnatic are the kind of team where if you don't play good Valorant against them and you start losing, then maybe Heretics got a bit frazzled. I don't think. I think that team. I don't know. I don't think Team Liquid are as good. Sticky thinks it was a Sage. Are we talking Icebox specifically, or the whole series? Icebox specifically, Fnatic have the best comp. Boo, answer this question after this map. Icebox specifically, I think that Fnatic have a much better comp than Heretics. Heretics went B all the time against Fnatic, and Fnatic love when teams go B against them. Because Boaster is probably the best player in the world at understanding how to play the passive B. And they have a comp that retakes B very well. So I think the game plan versus Fnatic wasn't great. And then once they lose momentum against a team like Fnatic, I think Heretics can get nervous. To me, a lot of the game works in tangibles, like very like strategic ideas, and then it goes into like the general, you know, fundamental stuff. At this level, I think that like, you know, I think it was the game plan and Fnatic's understanding of Icebox was just phenomenal. Fnatic played the best Icebox that game I've seen this year, and it wasn't particularly close. The team that might be second, I need to check the VOD. It would, well, actually, G2 played a good Icebox. G2 had a good Icebox, Fnatic had a good Icebox. And from what I heard about it, no, I'm not gonna say. Fnatic and G2, yeah, played good Icebox. Very few teams understand this map properly. I have not watched MIBR play the map, but I would imagine it's a lot more about Aspas on the map. Didn't G2 lose Icebox against Sen? Maybe. That doesn't mean that they don't understand the map. You can lose to a team and understand the map at a really high level. I've not watched Sentinels enough on the map, but I would, in general, take other teams on the map, I think. Okay. So, someone's now asking me about Fnatic comps. Okay. I'm derailing a little bit, but it's because it is specific to Icebox. People are asking me, like, why not, like, Jet or Omen or something to take space? What do these agents really do to allow you to walk up this space? Not a lot. Not a lot is the answer. You don't need a duelist to take space. Like, if you think about other maps, like, let's say Ascent, you know, I don't love this analogy, but, you know, we need the Jet to dash out of the choke point is basically how people are thinking about it, right? Jet to dash out of the choke point. Where is the choke point on Icebox? Where is that choke point? I mean, you could look at one here, but it's only seen by one angle. You can avoid it. So you don't need the dash. The reason Jett is played on this map is mostly for the defense, I would argue. Getting the operator out on the defense, getting aggressive with the operator. The attack side, the biggest thing it has is being able to smoke the crosses. You know? So that's why, you know, historically Sage has been fantastic on this map to get plants down. And now combined with the Gecko, it can do phenomenal things on attack. On defense, it's a retake map. You can use the wall to retake with. Get wingman on the spike. Like, it's dumb. This map doesn't punish you for not having a duelist anywhere near as much as other maps do. Those are just a couple of, you know, I mean, just a very quick, very quick, you know. Heretics comp is Toronto ready. Yeah, but all Fnatic needs to do is change tail. If Heretics brought out Sage, it would need to probably be instead of Gecko in this comp, I would say. Like, I don't think they're going to switch away from Miniboo being on a duelist. And teams have not liked Sage for the past 2 years. Even in 2023, it wasn't super popular. It was only really us running it. It wasn't as popular. I think teams just don't like it.
Has taken down Nats, where previously he was the one being caught out on those mid lurks. This time he's the one to find that pick that
playing Sage on Haven is very different than playing Sage on Icebox. Sage on Icebox is almost necessary. What's the best counter for Sage in general? Understanding that the Sage means that there's a lack of initiation tools to scale as effectively, and I think that being able to try to punish some of the lack of the utility around that, maybe like with Fnatic's comp is difficult because they have double initiation still. So it depends which style of comp. The Sage represents a change in the comp that means that they're lacking something in the scaling department probably, or in the duelist department. So you look at that and you say, well, how can we exploit that? The problem is that I think that it's not as exploitable as just not having the Sage, if that makes sense. Like, I think the Sage allows for stuff on the map that is necessary overall. That's much more valuable than having something else. Okay, anti-eco for Heretics. It's fine. The Reyna good for ranked. Bro, I got click farmed again. Reyna is very good for ranked, yes. Reyna, Phoenix, Jett, all very good in ranked. Raze, eh. Why didn't people agree when you said John QT shouldn't IGL with KO? Because, I don't know. I can't be bothered to talk about that stuff. Because people take it too personally. I wasn't necessarily even talking about Sentinel specifically. IGLs generally shouldn't be playing KO.
In case anybody tries to aggress instead, they're grouped up in this ball around the A site once again, but Heretics are very happy to just stall. The pop flash will go through.
Although I probably should talk more about Sen, because then I get more popular, I guess. I keep talking about Paper Rex and Sentinels, and maybe my stream will keep growing. Do you guys know that I've got Zelsus muted on Twitter? I can't stand Zelsus's buy the bundle shit, man. I even had Boaster muted last year for like a year, I think. Zelsus and Boaster were muted for a whole year.
Minibu surviving late is good for the trade, and the off up top picks off Patatek. That's the A side hold crumbled. Nats fills in the gaps, but he'll get nothing. Good opportunity.
I'm glad that Heretics went A this game.
So is Camo. Good opportunity as they force the fight onto Kiko.
Like I said, against Fnatic, they kept trying to go B, and it isn't good. This comp isn't good at going B. Well, I mean, it's not as good as going A. Most comps are better at going A. Some comps cannot go B against teams that understand Icebox. Sadhack was playing KO when he was a loud player at IGL. Do you guys like? But the problem is, guys, is that we're talking about percentages, right? Everything I say is just about, is it better than a 50-50? Are we going higher or lower than 50%? Everything in this game is just odds and statistics. When you play KO IGL, you are likely to be going lower than 50. Likely, right? It doesn't mean that you are going to. You could play the shittest comp in the game and still win. Like, so anything that I do say can obviously be, like, it doesn't mean that it's going to win every time. Just because you play the best comp in the game, just because you run the best strats in the game, just because your aim is on fire today, you could have everything going right for you and you could still lose a game of Valorant. Like, Sadhack played KO IGL and they won. Sure, that does not counter anything I'm saying at all.
Reigns and a few fingers may ease up, but their death grip is going nowhere. A 4 versus 1. And as good as Serial's been close to an ace earlier, I don't think this one's going his way. He catches Benji.
Like, even Munchkin. Munchkin's probably the better example now, because Munchkin's been playing KO more recently. Munchkin plays Viper and KO, like, constantly, and looked phenomenal last year. That does not mean that I'm going to change my opinion that, in general, if I was coaching a team, I would probably be advising us not to play KO IGL. I'd be advising the team to not play KO at all, number one, because I think KO is a dogshit agent, and only good maybe on Ascent. But that's, I guess, a different difference. Foot Cracks needs to IGL. The win rate for IGL would go up. Cracks has not been good this year. Because you don't have drones to clear angles. KO's not good because the flash is, like, if you're replacing a flash agent, the flash is extremely hard to get value from. The knife is one of the most overrated abilities in the game. Like, you cannot consistently knife people that matter, and even if you do, the opponent can still shoot you. And then, yeah, you might, if you're replacing a drone agent, then you're replacing a drone agent, and drones are way better. Do I think Breach is a good agent? No, I think Breach is a bad agent. I think that Breach is a better agent than KO on the maps that Breach is the best at. In a non-Teo meta. In Teo meta, Breach is good. Why do you think TL kept going aggressive on A when they kept losing the fight? Because they're not confident in their retakes, I guess. Wasn't there as a statistic earlier? Can we see if we can get this one up? This would be a good throwback. Look at me, being a good boy. The reason why Team Liquid might be going aggressive all the time is because they have the 4th lowest retake rate globally on Icebox at 16%. If Liquid are not comfortable in retaking on this map, they're probably going to try and fight. Ironically, that they're in it for a shit time because this map requires you to understand how to play retake.
Into a retake, the site take in full effect. Boo has a Viper's pit, but it might not even be.
Your stats are nice. Yeah, that's Captain Cow. Captain Cow's a good guy. He's sometimes on the stream. He's in my Discord quite a lot. I ask him quite a lot about stats. He's very helpful.
A lot being expended in this scenario. The attack sending through way more than I would have expected. They even use a Hunter's Fury in the mix.
Hey, T-Sack. How you doing? Yeah, KO as well. Like the way that you play, like the KO's best thing on this map is to stand here and to do pop flashes, and you just swing off the pop flashes, right? That's like KO's best thing on this map. So if you end up in retake situations, like good luck trying to throw flashes that actually do anything. It's just difficult, you know. So KO's best thing is just to throw flashes and then, like, you know, molly out and just fight, you know. So Team Liquid should probably be doing that if they don't want to play retake, but probably not playing super aggressive. Do you think a mid crunch with a B push would have been better for Team Liquid then? A mid crunch. Let me go back. What Team Liquid do very poorly is anytime they have what I call priority over any space. So like if they had priority on B, i.e. they had like 2 people B long, right now they're going to get priority over middle because they got deep middle info. They never push out and threaten the flank. And I think that if you watch Fnatic play the other day, or even G2 play, and hopefully Paper X sometimes, you'll see that they, you know, understand that this is an important concept on the retake. Whereas every single time Team Liquid have positions over this part of the map, they just go back and then lose a retake.
Even got the Patatech falling after. There was no road to recovery. The defenders, 4 players in position. A rifle.
Combining a well-timed flash with Sova Dart is always good. Is it easier to do that with Gecko or easier to do that with KO? I would argue it's easier to do it better with KO, but with Gecko, sorry. Also, how many recon flash things are good on this map? Like how many times do you do a recon on a flash and it actually gets you a kill? Like I don't think it's very easy to do those on this map. There's not enough like all the angles are awkward and you don't get smoked off appropriately. If that makes sense. Like Ascent, absolutely agree. Ascent, the flash recons, like reclearing at middle, flash recons on like A coming in, like it's beautiful. Like on attack and defense, to be honest with you.
Potentially on this side of the map. In fact, a lot being expended in this scenario. The attack is sending through way more than I would have expected. They even use a Hunter's Fury in the mix. They just want to make.
Yeah, so this is looking rough. One thing about Team Liquid is I don't think they're great at coming back. I could be wrong, but it feels like it's over when it's over.
Team, the resounding 3-0 victory. Many in the past, it wasn't too hard to separate them. Liquid with a resounding 3-0 victory. Many 13-4s.
Thoughts on the Neon? I don't love Neon on this map, but I like the way that Heretics have gimmicks with it. The weird thing is that when I first watched the Neon, first like 1 or 2 games they played, they had so many cool gimmicks. I was really excited to watch them play it. But now they seem to have like stopped all their gimmicks, when I think they should look at using their gimmicks more. This game they've not needed to. Thank you, Amulet. Amulet? I don't know how to say your name, I'm sorry, but I appreciate the sub. I appreciate the sub a lot. Like, sincerely, recently I've been getting a lot more viewers and people have been subbing, and I do genuinely really appreciate it. You know, does feel good. Gimmicks as in fast fakes? No, like very fast slides in, you know, fast. Like we saw Miniboo one round going like this, like in the first 2 seconds, or you know, they would do a fast recon with like a fast slide or something. Defensively, they'd also do like weird, you know, fast aggression, you know. Thank you, late UVL. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hype train? I still don't know what a hype train is. Is there a joke here about track by track? Are we hyping the train up to Toronto? I ain't going there. I can't be bothered. Scam train. Yeah, this is the scam train. This ain't the real train. This is a scam train. This is just me begging for money train. This is me. I made like a fake. I make a fake replica train that I tell you is the real train and you don't realize it. And I sell you tickets to this fake train to come have a look at the track by track train. To be fair, the Paper Rex train is, I think, destroyed right now, right? Like, we derailed and crashed. Fire everywhere. After losing to RRQ. So I guess we do need to rebuild. Thank you, Forsty94. Thank you very much. Why is Patman not playing this event for Paper Rex? I believe it's because he's sorting visa for Toronto. But I don't want to speak out of turn. I love Nats as much as my girlfriend. Fair enough.
By Kiko, the amount of space that he had into mid is enough for them to hold the line on first more touches in with the coaches.
Was that wait. Did I just see something? I think I did, right? Oh yeah, it's Team Heretics went B and lost the round, guys. Bro, it's so easy. I think I started calling this Pansy's Law because Pansy was talking about it during one of our casts. It's just don't go B. Unless you're Fnatic. I love Minnie as much as my imaginary girlfriend. I love my imaginary girlfriend as much as... What do I love? I don't know what I love, to be honest. Money? Sliggy? Christ. I must really fucking hate my imaginary girlfriend. Money? I don't love money enough. I don't think. Boaster? Valorant. Myself and Valorant. That's good. Definitely not Boaster. Butt plugs.
They'll be decayed as they make their way in. Out of position now that safe roll. Now the Viper's pit. When A has been working, you're gonna pop this early, wanting to keep that control.
You guys should ask Yinsu when she streams next what her thoughts are on the butt plug meta and whether Boaster might be using them.
Getting him out of position now that Nano's gone will be tough. They'll be decayed as
I think she'll appreciate the you know, I think she'll appreciate that.
Just on the edge of it. Boo gone. Woot still standing, hiding on the edge. I don't know how he's still alive, but he's managed to get out of there with full HP. Gives them a mad advantage. It goes back. Still alive, but he's managed to get out of there with full HP. Gives them a mad advantage. It goes back for more. Woot in form is devastating, and Benji holds his back. It's going to be left off.
Benji.
Woot in form is devastating, and Benji holds his back. It's going to be left all up to Liquid.
Okay, Liquid win. They had the Viper ult on A, so it's kind of expected. Oh, the cheeky recon. That's his 1 for 10. Nice recon. It's going to get them both right. Oh, that's the kind of gimmick I'm talking about. That's the kind of gimmick I'm talking about. That's so lucky. That's so lucky.
Strong gonna be put up top. I will give the game away onto Panitek's position. Means he can't peek, but
Is Rian's currently the best in the share?
again though,
Rian's and Trent.
blitz of pause.
Is there a simple answer to Phantom versus Vandal? The answer is Phantom, but the Vandal feels nicer. If you're a duelist, it might be Vandal too. Like, duelists probably play with Vandal, but the answer should be Phantom.
Wingman, the lockdown, not going to put on as much pressure as they would hope. These players safely back in main.
a lot less.
But again, I say that, but I get annoyed and I just love playing with the Vandal.
Playing it and then them blind. Man on initiators. And maybe the fact that sometimes he's lost when not on the duelist. I think this might be the balance.
It looks like it. Setting himself up for success as he is. The entire
So
squad of
Heretics threw the wall here to pretend they're scaling A. They went to Group B. We got knifed, so they're gonna go back to A.
Show a little bit of presence.
Team Liquid re-clear B. Will they actually do anything with it? Is the question.
No early fighter, just the
To play the
Oh.
just playing a tight angle, which will
Okay. Okay. So this position right now for Team Liquid is very strong. They do not have the economy to work with here. What's the toy used to draw with? Epic Pen.
already bought into play.
I'm concerned that we're about to see Team Liquid flood in before our flank gets activated. I want to see them crunch at the same time. As soon as we're up here, then we go in together and crunch from both sides. And then if they win this round, I'll be so happy. Bro, why? Bro, why are they separating? Okay, I mean, they get both kills.
Two big kills coming up for Liquid, but Woot still standing. Miniboo alongside it, but Woot's doing it all. Big position doesn't really have the cover for the team, and Rians is looking the wrong way complete.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. These guys have lost. Are lost. Just wait, guys. Just wait. Wait for these players, man. And then now we even got KO. We can just KO and win. But look. Look, we got a solo player here. Solo player here. We're about to see a solo play here. Even on the flank, there's solo. Like, look. So the three here have separated here, here, and here. Solo. Even the flank is solo. So like, they're in like the best macro position possible. The best macro position they've been in all game, and they fuck it. But that's I guess the problem is that because they probably don't practice those situations where they actually play with a flank, they don't know how to play with a flank.
Benji Fishy on map number 1, it really has just been a display.
Okay, Heretics pushing B long. They did this last pistol against Fnatic, I believe, but they did more of a trap. But here, just gonna push out immediately. Last time they went advantageous like this, and then they stood here and lost the round. I hope to see them actually do something now, where they just like move. Yeah, so this time they're like, fuck it, we got it. Oh.
What? Bravo didn't even get to see anything. When sat in the background watching the boys find success time and time again. In there.
Okay, nice from Heretics. Liquid buy, surely. Yeah, Liquid are buying.
I think it's the right call. You spread the risk slightly, but then look at the buy on the other side. They've come in with 5 Bulldogs. They are playing heavy.
I know this is weird, but I remember Lothar once saying that if you're in like this kind of position and you know the opponent's going to force, it might be best if you're here and you just eco. I've not thought about it since. I remember hearing him saying that a long time ago, but I think he might be right. Like Lothar's takes can be wild sometimes, but and that's a very controversial take, but I think he might be correct. It doesn't feel right to do, but it might be right. The Ancelotti. Ancelotti? I'm better than Ancelotti, surely. That guy's pretty good though, right? But I don't think he's the best, is he? The only thing is Guardiola He's an absolute
into the
bomb
round,
right now, isn't
play
he?
at range. It's not the prettiest of starts,
And like whenever I watch Guardiola in interviews, he seems to like he doesn't he seems like he doesn't know how to lose. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't he freak out? Like, he gets asked very basic questions about losing, and he just doesn't know how to respond. Mourinho doesn't suit me at all because I'm not that much of an ego. Like, my ego's big enough to say that I should be better than Ancelotti, but it's not big enough to think I act anything like Mourinho. Sir Alex, I quite like that one. I do quite like that one, to be fair. I think that he coached in an era that was very easy though, and not very strategic, from what I hear. Whereas I think that I was a lot more strategically minded than him, and he was much more like player focused. It was not easy. From what I understand, the strategy of football was developed vastly since I watched, like, when I was a kid. Like, it was 4-4-2, right? Like, and now 4-4-2 ain't a thing, right? So, yeah.
They tap the spike, flash goes up, we might see the round go the other way. They couldn't buy enough time.
You're the Mike Bassett. I don't know who Mike Bassett is. Who's Mike Bassett? I've never watched this before. I think that's Mike Bassett. Okay, I need to watch this, I think. Okay, right. Heretics won. Right, GG's. Team look like ass. Heretics look pretty good. TLDR. Liquid got some work to do. Not gonna lie. They got some work to do. Mimi, what do you think of situation of player who only specific duelists like Demon 1 and Jing? Like, should they try to be flexible and play controller or find a team that suits their agent pool? It's impossible to answer that. Demon 1 seems like he's just not comfortable in Valorant generally right now. I think Jing's in a good spot, a much better spot than he used to be, where his Omen looks actually pretty good. So I think Jing's in an okay spot. I don't think Demon 1 is in a very good spot. Right. I have a bit more time. What should we do with this extra time? Should I... karaoke? I don't know why he has the English flag. I think it's because he hates Scottish, Welsh, and Irish people. I heard Benji really hates Scottish, Welsh, and Irish people. He doesn't want to associate with them. Yeah, he hates his own coach. Do I not have watch party rights for Paper X? No. I don't want to watch party right now. Oh, what we got? Split. Back to Euro? Bro, this team just they just change comp willy-nilly, don't they? Okay. They picked Split. I mean, the irony here is if they lose, it's kind of better for me in a way. Like, the more they lose these kind of tournaments, the more I can help, if that makes sense, in a weird way. Would I VOD review EWC Vitality at some point? I'm not going to VOD review that, no. I'm not going to, no. I like the Mimi count. Should I watch? I'm interested. Should we watch some G2 that Waylay fracture? Can anyone beat IGL with a good coach or need special leadership qualities too? No, you cannot be a good IGL with just a good coach. You need more stuff than that. The biggest thing you need is hard work. Everyone say it together. You need to be hardworking. That's number one. That is the number one trait you need as an IGL. Right. But again, you can win it. You can win a trophy and be a kind of mediocre winning, like, but consistency. If you want to be consistently great IGL, you need to be hardworking. I ain't talking about these bums who just, you know, go do well 1 year or half a year. I'm talking about, you know, 5 years of legit IGLing, you know. How much influence do you think a coach has? Do you think a coach tier 1 or tier 2 coach could coach a tier 3 or into tier 2? I'm confident. I'm pretty confident I could coach a tier 3 team into tier 2. Coaching a tier 2 team into tier 1 is not guaranteed at all because the competition is really high. Does that make sense? Like, again, the percentage is just a percentage increase. I think if I was coaching a tier 2 team, the maximum I could probably provide is like, actually, I don't know. How much better percentage-wise could I make a tier 2 team? It's a good question. I want to say at least 10%. At least. Depending on the team, upwards. I think the cockiness in me says like upwards of like 25%. But minimum 10. Minimum, I'd say. Do pro players have a consistent sleep schedule? If they missed it, they would have a bad game. Esports is weird because we change schedules quite a lot, so you can't really expect a consistent schedule. Like, especially week to week. Like, if you're the late game or the early game, you don't want to wake up really early if you've got a late game this week. So it's frustrating. Getting consistent scheduling is really difficult. So you're probably saying minus 25%? Maybe. What will you do if a player misses his scrims because he slept? You could ask Doma that question. That's the payback I give Doma for fucking carrying me in ranked yesterday. It's throwing him under the bus. Doma did it when we were back in Summon FC, I think, or maybe it was when we first joined Fnatic. Yeah, but he didn't do it again. I don't think after that. Alpha has probably. I don't think Alpha ever slept in for a scrim day. I don't think, but he did sleep in on a media day once, and Colin was not happy. Yeah, Colin was not a happy bunny. Frick Media Days? Yeah, but unfortunately they pay your salary, so it's kind of hard to, you know. It's unbelievable that Team Liquid, the top team who dominated Sentinels 13-1, are losing to Heretics. It really feels like Riot might be unfairly influencing matches to favor the huge Heretics fanbase. This kind of outcome is just not right. It's time for the Valorant community to speak up against what looks like unfair play. Let's unite and make Valorant great again. Hashtag justice for nutting. Hashtag let us liquid. Okay. I've never seen that one before. Right, let's watch some Waylay Fracture. Let's watch Jorguma go -10. Who do you consistent pro player? Who do you consistent pro player? That is a good question. Who is? I consistent pro player Leaf. I consistent pro player Aspas. Yeah. Okie dokie. Yeah, Fracture's going out of the pool, but I still want to watch it. I still want to watch it. I know this VOD is irrelevant to Toronto completely, but I still want to see. I want G2. When I watch G2 play, I actually learn stuff. You know. Alpha has been not super consistent. Alpha seems like he's back though. Wait, I need to change my stream title. G2 VOD review. Alpha is back. Yeah, Alpha might be back. So defense. So we're looking at defense right now. Teo, Breach, Waylay, the stack B, Arcade fight. That's nice by Lev. I like this from G2. So we have the 3 fighting Arcade, and then 1 player stuck site. This 1 player though is that G2 got the option to push out here and farm the north side players, or to come back and support the Brimstone if he gets contact.
Going to be a rush into sight. Frenzy tries to be the power, but Classics are going to reign king here as G2 is able to shut down a lot, and they go Classics almost across the board. I think Leaf's the only one who did buy, going short on Util with that Ghost. And what teamwork here for a shutdown.
I think Anders has got a very big read on Classics. Like, look, like I see G2 constantly playing with 4 Classics. Like, I presume statistically, Classic armor is just the best right now. Especially on defense, I'd imagine. I'd have to check that out though. Cause more Util? Is it just Util though? Is it just because of Util? I guess there's something about the fact that Classic's just not that much worse, and Kevlar's kind of good too.
Classics almost across the board. I think Leaf's the only one who did buy, going short on Util with that Ghost. And what teamwork here for a shutdown at B. Just one last play.
How would you build a team comp with Reyna on Lotus? You don't? No, I'm joking. My team is playing Premier today, and my team is a Reyna only type of player. Reyna, Viper, Omen. Fade. You gotta make a decision here, basically. Do you want to just play your Reyna as the solo duelist and have a Senti? Or do you just accept that you don't have a Sentinel and you play double duelist? And that this duelist is probably a Raze or a Neon, I guess. I think you gotta play these four. I think. So yeah. If you're playing Reyna and you're playing Premier, it's not like the end of the world if your comp isn't amazing, if they make sense.
G2 did not have that many bodies to fight back towards Arcade. It was literally only Jogimo holding that spot. Well, the double initiative
But you are not going to be playing. You are going to be playing a very you are playing to.
I respect this double orb.
You are playing to run around and kill people.
Run from side to side, get another one for dying
even
here.
take the ropes, take or pull.
Facing toward-
Vibes are good on both camps, but
Yeah.
you're seeing here we're starting things off with an
Okay, so immediately orb grab. We see Leaf playing site. I'm gonna be very interested in G2 if they are gonna commit to like site holds. Mini is not 39. How dare you?
a Marshall, sorry, in the hands of Jogimo covering that dish.
Yeah, Server's not amazing on Lotus.
Towards his B site. A setup of a 4-1 for G2 with Leaf playing it solo.
There are some things that Server does extremely well on Lotus, but I think the flexibility of Fade is way too high.
Now, and that's going to be G2 in just about the same spots, dropping just about the same members of Leviathan. Just about with the mark.
Leaf looking to explode towards his B site. A setup of a 4-1 for G2 with Leaf playing it solo on the top here.
Dogmo's already on the run with the Marshall over towards the top side of the map. Site's getting hit right now, and that's going to be G2 in just about the same spots.
Okay.
Probably the rounds to come, economy-wise and strat-wise.
I would imagine here. I wonder if Jog takes shots and then dashes out of sight and then refracts back in to flood in. I wonder if that's his play pattern.
We're talking side and big damage to come across.
Oh. Didn't get too far.
Should be an open. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say should have been an open.
I like being smart sometimes, you know. I do like being smart sometimes.
For a lead up towards the arcade. We just overextend before the smokes went down, and that's a great opportunity for Jogimo to just land one between the eyes of King. All of them buying full shields on the side of Leviathan, anticipating potentially an upgrade onto an outlaw. So it was smart for them to do that, but unfortunately...
When did Trent use his drone?
Just trying to move up for the contact too. We're talking side and big damage to come across.
Trent drones out south side here. I don't really understand why.
Didn't get too far.
Should be an open... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say should have been an open... We just overextend before the smokes went down, and that's a great opportunity for Jogimo to just land one between the eyes of King. All of them buying full shields on the side of Leviathan, anticipating potentially an upgrade onto an outlaw. So it was smart for them to do that, but unfortunately, still couldn't get the nice opening.
Like, I think if you're gonna drone out aim in there, you want someone to follow it, or
Signature, just use Rossi's
at least like get a line back, like just get someone to like look here or something. I don't know. Felt like a bit of a waste of a drone, or not maximally efficient, but I'll have to watch more.
Credit to them there for the opportunity, but
He wants to know if it's a fake. Yeah.
Who's this focus?
30
Rossi got a
seconds left.
bunch earlier.
I don't think
Do you think replays make your job easier to review games? Yes. Not a huge amount, but I would really love to watch a player's POV. Because I think I would give you very good VOD reviews for player POV stuff.
potentially break Cypher trips if they were close towards that side. So clean entry towards the end for Leviathan, but here already comes GT.
Like, doing videos like how does Aspas play Icebox? Or, like, you know,
Interesting. It's gonna be tough to get a
how did Leo play Breeze?
play for the kills right now. Calm trying to factor one kill from behind, but they come through the door.
And I just farm big, you know, I could farm like fucking, you know,
Demon one with
Asuna and
about Tex now. Just around the
Jing and
corner.
Forsaken and
Gonna
stuff, you know.
play this 1v2 perfectly. Very healthy members on the side of G2. The 1v1 to Kirby. Oh, not created. To post
towards the end for
So from this position, disciplined retake, and we see a flank. So I like what I'm seeing from G2.
close. In the extremities, double up towards the sand, couple towards the spawn. The big lurk coming out here from Valen.
Interesting. It's going to be tough to get a post plant molly on that one, so they have to play for the kills right now. Calm trying to factor one kill from behind, but they come through the door.
Oh my god, I love that from
Kills right now.
Jog.
Calm trying to factor one kill from behind, but they come.
Like, this kind of shit, only Jogamo's doing this. No one really does it. Like, the idea that in the middle of, like, a intense fight, you put down your thing, and then you just do shit like this. Like, I know it's not really worked. Well, it has kind of worked, because, like, Valen would be dead right now. Valen's got a kill, and he would be dead to Doom 1. But he's not, because Jogamo's done this nonsense. It's kind of sick.
Still a kill coming in. Demon one with
Like,
3.
a video of me being able to say, how does Jogamo play Waylay would fucking farm. But, like, I can't do it because it's really difficult without a replay.
On the round, but it's about Tex
It's
now.
not dumb at all. It's really smart. Like, the amount of times we see him do it on, like, I've seen him do it in, like, instances, like, on Ascent, where, like, he'll go close. Like, I think people think you, like, refract here, you go close, and then you refract out. But what he does sometimes is just go close. He has, like, teammates, like, ready. Let's say, like, you know, let's say there's someone here, someone here. I can't remember what agents they play, but let's say there's someone here, someone here. He gets ready. If he gets into a fight, if it looks like there's going to be a fight, he'll put the TP down. He'll duel people. And then in the middle of, like, the duel, when, like, they're coming to trade him, he'll just refract back to here. But at the same time, like, people just swing, like, out here. So they're just looking at someone who's just invulnerable for, like, half a second or a second or 2 seconds. And they just get killed. Like, I've seen that, like, I've only seen Jogamo do it. Where you're almost, like, you're using the invulnerable in, like, a, just for, like, that half a second extra of just opportunity for your teammates to get a trade on you.
Picks up his own hat trick on this one to get the
He will use refract for crosshair break. I mean, that's a very broad way of painting what I'm saying, and doesn't apply to the specific thing I'm saying. Like, it does apply, but it's like, of course refract is used for crosshair break. It is all the time. But, like, the specific thing I'm talking about is putting it down in the middle of a team fight so that you're just a pain in the ass.
Bit of miscalls potentially here towards that. Just exactly for each other.
6 and 1. Valen on top right now. Brian
Instantly taking the line again.
to start off our second.
And now we'll see G2 pushing out, right? Hello, Sam Yang. The founder of Sam Yang Gaming.
Map.
Did I just get the biggest job opportunity in my life through Twitch?
Side. So they don't fully take sand. This death ball needs to move together because right now they're bunched up. Could get awkward. Rolling Thunder's up.
Valen's got all. Rossi's got Rolling Thunder. So we're going to see once again here, here. We're going to see a Brim ult probably coming in, and then just a retake. I don't love the dish priority for defense a lot of the time, but we'll see. We'll see. I always give G2 benefit of the doubt.
They'll save it for a potential delay on the pulse plan. King's already low HP as they're trying to go for a plant.
Spammed out. Perfect spam by Trent there, just to the right, knowing where they could escape from. Waylay already behind here, and Jog's just reading that sheer Vice wall before he moves. Extremities, Jog. So much.
And then you see them coming up here, clearing out sands. This is all very good.
He gets one, but it's cleaned up.
And then look at this shit, man. Just look at this. Look at this. So Cypher dies. Trent doesn't get the trade. Does Trent commit? Does he try and get this kill? No. It's 4v2. We have positional advantage. He just chills. Just chilling.
Or not cleaned up, rather. Still the fight there will finally be found.
Trent doing his best Leo impression.
G2 is doing such a good job at leaving Leviathan nothing here at the end of these rounds.
Even here, like again, like he's just, you know what I mean? Like he's just making it as awkward as possible for Rossi. How many players in this moment here would just swing right now? I'd say most of them. How many of them would swing right here? Most of them.
Had the right play, get out of that situation and try to turn around for the kill, but
What's wrong with Dish Priority?
too much G2 as they grab 4 rounds now.
I'm talking about specifically, yeah, I guess the way Wendler's putting it is that Dish isn't that important for attackers, so I don't really care about it too much on defense. But I can kind of see on this kind of round why you'd want to just secure something against the eco. So they secure some space for that retake. So they did have a retake that has like multiple directions and pretty safe. So I don't mind it. Do I play any other games other than Valorant? Yes, I play a lot of TFT. I used to play some League of Legends. I play some Counter-Strike. I used to play a lot of Quake. Fracture is one of G2's worst maps, yes. But so far they've been playing it better than most teams I've ever seen. So I don't know where the losses came from. Oh, we spammed that on Choba's chat too. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm not so special. Repo. I played some Repo with Billy and Mitch, I think.
Looks like he didn't pay attention to that corner. Texas able to take him down early.
Valen answering though. Nice arcade teamwork.
Wait 1 sec.
Very similar ways to how you could play with, for example, the cryo chamber, for example, but
it's unlucky.
Looks like he didn't pay attention to that corner. Texas able to take him down early.
I'm a little bit surprised by this reaction from G2. So going for a little bit sus. I think they can read right now that Vice is solo on this side of the map. And it's very likely that there's lots of people here. So what I would do is I'd do what Fnatic do sometimes and just smoke this and sit in it. Maybe with both players, but probably just one. And then let these players push out. And then on a timing, this player can also push through the smoke and just crunch this Vice. And then leave the other player maybe just to contain CT control. I think that makes sense to me. They kind of need to do something. The worry about just playing defensive here is that they push and then we don't punish this player very easily. And we're in a 4v5, so we need to get some kind of advantage back. The worry about doing this play that they just did is that you kind of know you're going into 4 people, I think.
They're still going to have to get through these trips, at least ready to just start pinning people down once they do.
Are you still helping PaperX? I help PaperX for Toronto. I'm taking a break right now.
Missing his target. And do they push out? The bottom Thunder is still one. They have to stop.
I think that's the plan anyway.
With these 4 rounds, King with a nice kill to stop that re-entry, and they're definitely going to have
When they're done with their tournaments, I'll be out helping them again.
build a little bit of the cook. Oh dear. Yeah, that
Okay, interesting.
But you see, there's levels to it. He's just building techs up, and he's going to be Super Saiyan by the end of the game. Rossi just kind of bringing in the vibes with a little bit of the cook.
Chaotic right here.
Oh dear. Yeah, he saw one, so you know there's going to be more on the other side. Ultimate comes
Oh
through.
god.
A little bit of slow motion gameplay, but that's not going to slow Lev down at all as they drop Jogamo on the push out.
That didn't look that convincing, did it?
Chaotic right here.
Oh dear. Yeah, he saw one, so you know there's going to be more on the other side. Ultimate
I'm not really... I don't know where there's ult well enough to know how to use it, but that didn't look convincing. Pushing out A main with ults is generally a good idea, but I don't know with Waylay ult.
Huge by Demon 1 though. So they combine the orbital strike with the salvos just to isolate and split out the push attempted by G2. And even
Continue
though
this
there's
push
an
out.
urgent kill towards the end, so
They take all the much that two players can do versus the full team of Lev, but we will see on the entry. Oh,
Okay, I mean, Lev are using a lot of ults here, so this is generally a successful round for
Lev
G2.
should be able to get into this one fairly easy.
unless there's going to be some trips activated and try to get some picks across, but nice push by G2 here through the smoke.
Oh,
Insta Armageddon. Oh, does he find it? Tuck his toes in. Gonna be good in the corner there. Rossi stays alive.
it's a bit of a waste of an ult. It felt like in the moment I could see why he tried to.
From the right side, King is in the trade.
God.
And now G2 are trying to get the last
Oh.
to get themselves onto the spike. Two players in sight with Calm on the rotation now.
Yeah. I mean, 3 ults from Lev. I think G2 take this. Breach ult, Brim ult.
Yeah, you see Cobb
The only thing is that G2 did also use Waylay and Teo ult.
They know.
Rossi just fell.
The salvo has let him know where he's coming from. One low Trent, one health Valen. It could be the other way. The low player is on the diffuse. And Valen goes down. That's going to be it on the round. Nicely done by Calm to steal this one away from the
For the full champions. And it just drags it out. Even a hot
Red Bull to pull out some weaponry as well. Outlaw for Tex here. They still want to get somewhat of a low buy. And no, there's going to be low armor on the side of G2 so they can start to stack a bit of economy.
Do I miss working with Fnatic? I miss working in an environment where I'm working with some of the smartest and best players in the world to understand Valorant better, but
They start these rounds.
I'm very much enjoying my year so far.
line here.
How good does it work? How good does it work? Oh, Jog can't connect. The next one is Rossi answered back quick as well. Now we're down by 2.
Yeah, they're just
So
trying to
slow
get
North
the ball
crunch
line
for
How
G2.
good does it work? How good does it work? Oh, Jog can't connect. The next one is Rossi answered back quick as well.
Oh, he AD. Okay, you need to. Do you need to ADS the Stinger at that range? Is that how that works? Because I've heard legends of Valen Stinger. Oh, you do. You do need to ADS. Okay.
That's a Stinger ADS with that kill.
A weird round coming through. And Tex is like, well, I guess we got to go to where the party is. So he goes to the top side of the map as well.
Thankfully,
Is it worth investing in a personal coach for Valorant?
players.
One.
It depends what you mean by
Either.
um
Won't have the regen, but he will have a bit of
like
movement
what
up.
is your goal?
They destroy
Thank you, Xeno. Thank you for the
through
sub.
the
I
gate,
appreciate it.
smoke.
What is your goal in Valorant?
What he's gonna do? Tough to one of their
At waited out. You see right side, they
And-
played trying to stop an aggression out of Leviathan from the south side towards tree.
Do I play much Valorant? I haven't historically played that much. I've got like a few hundred hours probably. 300, 400 hours maybe.
yeah.
Holding out towards the arcade.
I'm gonna grind this year though a lot more.
Yeah, it's got the back watch there by Trent. They should be okay for
Out this time around for
I
Joggernaut.
don't think I'd be a
Holding out towards the
particularly
arcade.
great individual
yeah, it's got the back watch there by Trent. They should be
ranked
okay
kind of
for
level
the
coach
situation.
at the
A little bit
moment
of a fake towards A.
compared to what I would need to
Lev.
like charge for that value wise, if that makes sense.
Trent is so ready underneath already. They encroach into arcade and take the space.
Am I 152 centimeters? I'm 170, I believe.
Fracture gameplay. Now they
No, I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm 170.
Yeah, they
Just over 170, I think.
It's tough though, 'cause you see me to get out of there. Yes, you upgraded into a Vandal, but you're now moving into full setup of Leaf.
Oh man.
On trip towards the front, a cage, a camera to look
Do you
towards
think
the
you could hit
front.
Radiant? I think I could hit Radiant.
Cage two.
It would just be if my mechanics, if I can get my mechanics high enough.
Leaf to his own devices here.
Yeah, I'm 5'7".
Play for the one and possibly the two. I'm gonna start the action.
I measured myself on stream the other day. Sorry, let me go back and watch exactly what's happening this round.
It's the round, and as we talk about the round,
So this round, low by Cypher A setup. I usually would hate this kind of setup against an ult, but you know, Lev don't have great ults, so don't have good economy, so they won't use the ult. What made G2 push out Arcade here? I'm not sure. I like the push underground.
They leave. Now moving its main as well. G2 always happy to leave to his own device.
This cam is quite good, to be fair, isn't it? You get dish info, you do get info on the cross, and you get info on aiming. It's quite nice. Obviously, if the opponent goes dish, then it instantly breaks.
We're gonna start the action now as he's just waiting.
That's funny.
The first one, the second one for Leaf, looking for a third. No, easy. Josh is like, ooh.
A little bit with Z8 for standard stuff, not play fairly.
Operator again for Jog. Decides to keep, or will hold on to. Now they push forward. Oh, eats that, but still has protection. Actually hasn't thrown down the ability, so it could get very dangerous down here. He tries to dash out.
Another stack setup for G2.
Eats that, but still has protection. Actually hasn't thrown down the ability,
Heavy Arcade, full retake A.
Here he tries to dash out, gets locked up again. A lot of damage to King though traded in this situation.
Thing is, the neon wall went up. Refracts away, and that gives a little bit of space for Leviathan to be able to take.
What do they do now, though? They've been pushed out completely into this like flood position.
That fight for a bit, kind of bumping into each other, walking out there as they're refracted. Not a problem.
Very awkward position now. Leaf is gonna push dish because it's the only thing that someone can do right now.
See if that damage sticks for King.
Oh, they do reclear,
For him towards the end of the round. Still just Leaf on his own.
but they don't. I don't think they really know what to do right now.
To do big things still.
Trent needs to drone something.
Be a finish towards the A site. Leaf is in an aggressive angle.
If he keeps tapping his cam right now, Leaf could be.
So if his stick's gun out.
Yeah. Leaf thought. Yeah. I think this side of the map needs to do something. I think Leaf tried to do something because he's like, I don't know what the fuck we can do. But then ultimately he can't really continue pushing because there's likely going to be lots of people here. But then standing here is kind of shit too. So.
Leaf is in an aggressive angle, right in front of his util. So if his stick's gun out, she went for the peak, and that's a huge punish for Leviathan.
They try to get the site. Whoa, Trent. A very risky play there, but if it paid off, be up another player.
Oh, does that miss? Oh. That's smart by Rossi. Both Teo ults now have been pretty useless from G2. Which is kind of rough. Teo ult and salvos now.
For the peak, and that's a huge punish for Leviathan.
Do a little bit coming around.
Now it'll be tough for G2 to retake. They have to activate.
Tough retake for G2.
Usually see, but it's not a bad purchase for them still. Vines go down to slow down things behind. They're just waiting for Van.
Yeah, tough retake.
Round is left.
G2 already have 6, which is great for defense. So I think that their attack must have been terrible. Do you think what do you think of the double controller comp Viper Omen on Haven, or only one controller with Omen? I think that with the with no Teo comp, like with Teo nerf, I think that the Viper Omen is strong. I don't think it was as strong in the current meta. But I think Viper now becomes a lot stronger than it used to be. And I think Viper was still viable before in the Teo meta on Haven, but I think that it wasn't optimal probably. Will I be at the analyst desk in Toronto? No, unfortunately not. Not yet. My goal is to at least, like, if I'm going to continue with the broadcast work next year, my goal would obviously be to make the global events. I'm not trying to be too hard on myself about not working global events though, because it's like I'm new and I'm not supposed to be like Like I'm very new and I've been doing a lot of jobs recently. Like I've had to split time between casting and analyst desk and doing work with teams and coach potatoes and streaming and moving and living my life. So, you know, part of me is like relieved and part of me is like hungry to get to the point where I'm invited to do those things. You know what I mean? Can you give me the Sunset comp now meta? I think most teams will end up going back to I think most teams will end up running Neon Breach Sova. Like most teams will just do this. To be honest, I think most teams will do this. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the best, but I think most teams will do that. I'm not the best at Sunset. There's some comps I'd want to try, but I don't have the best read on Sunset. I think I'd be more comfortable theorizing comps for Ascent than Sunset, ironically. I think Vice will get some play, but I think that for comfort, a lot of players will play Cypher, sorry. On Ascent, I would run Viper Ascent. Like Viper Ascent, I would probably look at quite closely. I'm not gonna lie. I think right now I would look at I would look at this for sure. Maybe Vice. Then Omen probably. I wouldn't play Deadlock via Sunset now. I wouldn't play Deadlock on Sunset. Maps you think Sage will be played at Toronto? Very few. Paper had a good one with the Sage, yeah. They had a big hole that they couldn't figure out, which I'm not gonna say. But there was a part of the map they're very good at and part of the map they weren't very good at.
That's good. Demon 1, that is. Rossi is very
Will I return Fnatic as a coach? Probably not.
blowing kisses to Max. That's good. Demon 1, that is. Rossi is very pleased with in that situation. And now the rest of G2.
Why did I leave Fnatic? Because I didn't want to coach anymore.
A split. It's all the members of Lev here. They've been doing these 5-ball strats now the past few rounds, and all that.
Coaching takes a lot of energy from you.
For sure. And they're using it with the combination of cycling ults with it. So now Demon 1 has his orbital strike. You see him staying all the way back towards the front of the B site, while the rest of them are going for the.
Thank you, Residue. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think I need to keep doing stuff like plat chat, and because like the more I get comfortable, I feel like I don't explain it. It's like I don't feel like I've presented my true personality very much in Valorant yet. Like on the analyst desk, on plat chat. I think in CAS, me and Lauren can do a little bit of like pissing around, but I don't think I've really displayed. Yeah, because I do feel like I can be goofy, you know. I'm not always serious. Hey Tetstar, I'm good. How are you? What do you think makes G2 so strong, and will they hold up a tail? What makes G2 so strong is that they play a style of Valorant that I think is like an optimal way of approaching the game in terms of the way that they structure their maps and theory and protocols. Okay, they lost the round like that. And then they have good players who are hardworking and good coaches who are hardworking. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. They pushed out Arcade and then had to retake through.
results with it. So now
This is a mistake, right? Isn't it? I guess he's joining the pack and so he could, if someone dies, he can take their gun. Maybe that's correct. But usually, I just want to see him just go this way. I don't like joining 4 at the same spot is weird. Operator retake's not the best though. We've not disrupted the Teo post plant. Like Teo post plant's gonna win them 2 rounds so far, which is a bit annoying.
1, 2 for the king. Almost the third one, but Joggen was able to
Yeah.
save her shot. Salvos try to touch that spike, and you are gonna get fried. Joggen wants to tell the difference.
I mean, Leaf would.
Tries to get in just on the edge.
Yeah, no, it was over. Fractures are map G2 are fairly bad at. I think the problem with G2 is that they're like 5% away from being extremely good at this map. I feel like 5% more effort and they're extremely good, but they haven't quite smoothed everything out. I feel like. Why is Leo spoken about like the second coming of Jesus? I think it's partly my fault, but in all reality, it's difficult. It happens a lot when like obviously they're not here to watch. And obviously like at certain points, Leo definitely didn't play like every single perfect scenario. Like there was a bit of exaggeration, I guess, but he, in my opinion, was the player that played the best Valorant. So it's like, and I feel like I'm the type of person who doesn't exaggerate things often. And so when I do talk about someone in such a high regard, it probably doesn't help people it probably doesn't help, but the problem is that he played really good Valorant, so like how can I not praise that, you know what I mean? The other thing is that I really hate the idea that he takes a year off, isn't playing for like a year and a half or whatever, and like people rewrite history a little bit. Like I really felt like it was kind of important to remind people how good he was and not just like let that kind of just, die out a little bit.
Oh my gosh. Every single ult as it should be used here in the last round of the first half. Creating chaos on the site. Shorty. And it's going to be a better one from Valen, but traded by the rest of the team.
Is there a team that didn't make Toronto, but you'd like to see them be there? I mean, it would have been cool if BBL made it.
2 seconds for a fault line here from Jonah, so they're just timing it out, getting the signature.
Why are people saying Leo is GOAT? What do you mean? He played good Valorant? Like, you mean he was smart? Yeah, Leo was extremely smart when it comes to Valorant. So now we got stairs priority, but then we flood back in. I don't hate this because we know we can have our backs to here and shoot people. But please don't. Now you're Vice ulted, so you look like noobs.
Every single ult as it should be used here in the last round of the first half. Creating chaos on the site. Shorty. And it's going to be a better one from Valen, but traded by the rest of the team.
Continues forward though.
It's for a calm here. He's arcade, ready to kill anybody.
Yeah, something. I mean, G2 are trying to. G2 aren't playing statically at all. They are playing to like push out space and then they're flooding in. But I don't. I need to. I wish one of the reasons I wish I had a team right now is because I wonder how much you do actually need to be trying to flood these spots like they are, and how much you can just be a bit static about it and just accept the retake in situations like that. Or maybe flood in on tap would be better for them there instead of flooding in pre-plant. Yeah, I have a lot of questions about Fracture defense right now that I'm not sure the answers to because I don't have a team. All I know is that if you sit on sites, you're an idiot, though. So I think the way G2 are pushing out and stuff makes sense. I'm just not confident in the way that they're flooding the sites back in. Can you guys hear that drum? Some guy's just banging a drum. You can. What's that? Christ, man. I think we have Hare Krishnas. If you know what Hare Krishnas are, we got some interesting people in Brighton. There was a guy with a microphone yesterday just shouting religious stuff. Right, 7-5.
Into the site executions and still placing very good pulse plant utility. Well, they're trying to go for as many gamble trap plays as possible around this Taeho breach.
Oh, insta-dink.
Very similar issues now in the second half. G2 could explode quite well with the Whaley into the site executions and still play some very good pulse plant utility.
Journey gets cleared.
Heidi time.
No, he doesn't.
No way, he gets 2. That could have been. Cash in. Hello, I'm Waylay.
I'm not a fan of whatever G2's just done. Why do we need to exec through aim in? Why can't we just do the normal exec? And why did Joke? He used refract at the start of the round.
And again, Leviathan might be facing very similar issues now to the site.
Very dangerous.
This is kind of stupid.
Hello, I'm Waylay. You can't do too much when your crosshair is that broken. He does.
Yeah, G2 fucked us up.
The fight still going the way now, I'd say, of G2.
He looks so different in the light. Are you talking about me?
Down and try to get the kill.
Me? I got like half. I've got like a reverse Batman thing going on right now.
Seal the deal. You can pick up the spike. Try to move in together here into the A site for a plant.
I just can't. I don't want to open my blind fully because I'm just gonna be blinded by the light. Do you think an IGL should work with a coach or he work alone? I mean, he should work with the coach.
I like this. First smoke allows him to basically peek up top towards drop and get a shot on that hallway, but it's going to cut off his angle as he moves in. 1. Oh, the patience from Demon. 1. Rising again here to the occasion.
This is the thing. I said yesterday. I said the other day. I was like, I asked about my skin. Someone said something nice about my skin. I was like, do you think I have nice skin? And then everyone said I had British skin, and I'm just like, well, of course I look like I got British skin if I'm sat in front of a bright red light. Fucking gammon red bright meat face going on.
The drone is clear on Fortress Sands, and G2 will have an open site for today.
Okay.
Yeah, they spike and look for some exits here, but yeah, we are seeing that about it from.
Wait. You fuck with me?
So you're not expecting too much other than.
How did they win this?
Exits here, but yeah, we are seeing that aggression from G2. A little bit more with Dogma on the attack. Good stun, good classic kill. Okay.
What are they doing?
A little scrappy, getting a little muddy here over in Sands. This is interesting now. 2 Bulldogs going in versus Spectre Bulldog. So that's about it from Rossi. They clear it and disperse.
Okay.
Valen with a great headshot placement. If he gets Rossi first, this is all but over.
Last player standing.
Find out in the open too. Hard to do.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Gotta be close.
No. That was very, very close.
Okay, that's how they lost. That's how they lost the game. Great. No, I didn't catch this one live. No.
taking Lev. This one is an unexpected back and forth from what we have seen throughout this stage.
So G2 doing the smoke, Teo drone.
And the change from Lev, even now with
I like the default.
Next time, yeah, for sure. After the jump spot. And it's such a tough spot to play right after. There's no util to help him out.
Nope. A big tough one there. Already the rotation coming in here. King with a nice quick outlaw as that was a focus on the drone for Jonah P. Oh, just on the ankle. Okay. Someone help this. Somebody trade
No, that's
this.
fine.
Oh,
Okay, and then G2 won it right back, so I guess fine.
Versus his nobody's gonna chip that corner and get 2 free kills with the Vandal that he brings.
Kind of even state for like the disgusting rounds that they shouldn't lose. Instant drone dish.
Everything's back to normal now. G2's back in
What are the ults looking like? Brimo, okay.
on the lower bind, trying to be a little bit more proactive around these stingers and rifles. But for G2, they don't want to let go here of the gas.
I think it's one of the things we
Okay, so they can say Brimot for post. This should be a pretty easy round for G2. Well, not easy, but...
that they can adapt whatever protocols hitting them. It may be a few rounds.
Oh no.
back in it, right? They're kind of mixing in the economy.
What's Valen doing, bro? Just get off.
And then completely lose is that they can adapt whatever protocols hitting them.
He triggers the wall, which makes Lev think that they need to punish him, and then he's... The smokes are gonna go down.
Kind of mixing in the economy.
Like, he's literally the smoker knowing the smokes are gonna go down. And he's just pissing around on the side.
And they're not letting their opponent get too far ahead of them. However, Texto starts to put his name on this round with a few heads of G2.
Great punishment being done, but the ult, everybody got away from
Wait.
Round with a far ahead of them. However, Texto starts to put
Okay.
his name on this.
Sorry.
So still rifles available.
Stimmy
For this
in.
side of G2.
Off a Demon 1, Stimmy.
Oh my god,
Still
that's
gonna be
sick.
Jonah P with that Vandal coming through. King was just about to take his position there in the tower to give some
Why are we
assistance.
playing off-site post when we have...
Take off this round. Far in it, right? They're kind of mixing app whatever when you're
Here of the gas.
I think it's one of the things we recognize about them. So
I have to question Trent's decision here to wrap back under when we don't know we can open plant. I think he needs to watch this longer, or like wait here longer, and then make a decision as to whether he should be coming this way or this way. I think.
hitting them and
Because now that was a bad plan. Now he needs to, like, now coming this way is bad. Like, it's almost like Trent's decision now should be, he knows this trip has been broken. Wait for the player to run past him and then re-wrap now, I think. And get back into tower, I think.
a few rounds and then they're back.
Because obviously if it's planted here, they can't see it. So if he's able to re-wrap back round once this player has gone past him and then get back into tower, he can see the spike again.
In it, right? Them, however, Texto
Whereas now Leaf
starts to put
and
his
trying to
name
get
on this
caught.
round with a few heads of G2.
Great punishment being done, but the ult, everybody got away from it, so still rifles available. For
Stimmy
this
in.
side of G2.
Off a Demon 1 Stimmy, but still it's going to be Jonah P with that Vandal coming through. King was just about to take his position there in the tower to give some assistance to the team. The Stingers and
Isn't it because he's going to die if he goes into the wall? What I'm saying is that Valen should just be here. Valen should just be getting out. He shouldn't be pissing around on the site. Does that make sense?
come through, but Leaf using his gate just for the
That was that one for G2 and then back towards his B site if they notice once again that tech.
Low buy, force through dish. Okay.
They do have the retake. Armageddon.
They're going to dash top site and plant.
Thunder initiate two from the side of Lev, so this
Play
is
post plant
very
top site.
easy jog
I don't think
into
Jungle's
zone
going to survive.
from Valen, so they have a bit of priority up top, and it's his
Ooh.
play. Oh no! King with the full spray, and he gets penalized for it. Demon 1 now.
The problem is, the strat's so popular that people know to how quickly you need to start defusing. And so they're already tapping.
With the utils there, we see the aftershock placement.
And the
We
molly's
see
missed.
what this strategy is all about.
Well, I didn't miss technically. It did miss if...
Can't cross out of that.
All right, one rolling thunder. goes
No.
out, and they're gonna have a bit of sight control.
Tail ult,
Wait, this is-
Brim ult, Breach shot. They're going to try and secure the round with 3
See
ults.
the aftershock
This could be
placement.
rough.
See what this strategy is all about. Thunder goes out. Remember, you still got the orbital strike. You
So,
got basically
Teo
everything
up,
from
breach
G2
up.
just toss and juggle Leviathan in the air here. Tex is still trying to make a case for winning this round, though. Oh, and
Yeah.
that-
Okay.
The defuse is going to come through a whole lot of mass on the
So there's
stage.
been an anti-eco clutch lost, and then a round where they've tried to use 2 big ults into an eco round. A bad post plant on B. I think there's enough things that G2 have done kind of quite big mistake wise for me to say that like I don't see them being this bad at Fracture again.
There are so many trying to stop players trying to go for the diffuse towards the A site. But you saw the idea.
How do you say that name? This name? How do you say this? Is it like ch sound? Or chi? Chi lai?
You don't have a razor composition for G2, but you can
G-Lai.
dash on the top to go for a plant. With that, you have so many ults to work with for the pulse plant, and Leviathan understood that. And they're on a different tempo versus G2.
G-Lai.
So much util on the pulse plant, we have to fight right away. So great understanding and great fighting through the chaos for Leviathan that allows for them to get the round. Yeah, but all of the ults got expended on the defensive side with the exception of the Brimmy ult for Demon 1.
Yeah.
So and util on the pulse plant, we have to fight right away. So great understanding and spending on the defensive side with the exception of the Brimmy ult for Demon 1.
We are 3
Still
stairs.
sitting on quite a
3
few
stairs, 2
rounds here.
arcade.
Might be able to string some rounds together now. Oh my gosh.
Kind of just dashing in
They might
to
be able
death.
might be able
This
to
is where
finish
Waylay
this
looks bad. It's
now.
like moments like this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the exact timing, it just doesn't feel like a particularly well coordinated execute.
Together now.
Like, if I was to pause right now, we have 2 players here, 2 players here, and we got our Waylay in the middle of the site. Like, it didn't feel right to me. Doesn't feel quite right to me.
Demon 1, a third one, possibly a fourth now for Taxes. He has been alternative
For this.
It's not sure what we're trying there.
The attacks that have been pretty 1 year ago kind of thing when you go for these executions, right? So Leviathan have actually been rotating fairly quickly once they
Did you see that U is suspended?
trade each other map.
I saw something about that, yes. He's not been... Is he the IGL? I mean, none of their players are doing... Happy... This guy's stats... decent. This guy's stats decent. Obviously, farming this guy. But the rest of them are kind of like, you know... I mean, he's doing alright. He's doing alright. But it's like... This guy could be farming.
A little bit more slowly this time around. Maybe not this round because they're on a stinger buy for 3 players.
Yeah, the Stinger by
Emphasis
they come out
on the Z for the
rounds.
X.
Yeah,
She lie.
I'm even looking at how they're looking at the minimap. I think this is a fault line salvo right up to where Calm is going to be playing and trying
Yeah.
to get Waylay in that position with the convergence path. There's a salvos across.
They hit.
Still space gain though for the side of G2.
Okay, just a low buy round for
No
G2.
smoke up there too, so they're actually seeing if anybody will-
So yeah, I can see why they've lost this game. I'm not gonna lie. I can see.
Going through. Now the smokes come through. Tax,
I
however,
don't necessarily think... it kind of is to do with the map theory, I guess, but it's kind of not at the same time. I think they were playing quite a lot of decent map theory, just they didn't look comfortable in some moments.
it just seems like
The
Tax
attack side has
are playing
been...
so well
There's been
on
some
the
dreadful
front
moments.
factor here.
Armageddon.
Oh, or kiss.
It's a remap pick up
Right.
the last time, and they've already now they're getting really close to push us onto Haven.
Oh, that's a stab. Oh my God, King.
Your
actually
top
got
2
that
clips
step.
might be the Clip Farmer channel. Or what are the top 2 clips?
So fast.
Can you just tell me what they are? I'm not gonna look at them, but
He's hungry. He's got 2 other players to support him on top of that.
I'm happy for.
What they did at the
Can you
top
just?
leaf,
Should I?
connected 80, yes. Spot
Should I just let them continue?
Very heady plays
I
from
guess.
King here, looking for so much more. And it's like you don't get this on his Yoru.
Is the Reddit one the John QT one?
Get it on his Omen and his Neon. Interesting stuff. It's just that comfortability that you're seeing from these players when they get back on one of their weird.
Here's what brought me to your stream. Okay.
The thing is, we went
Okay.
for a drone towards the A halls, and Leviton
Clips are good for
Leviton,
streamers.
not really tempo
To be
set,
fair,
but
Tom Biz did message me saying that like with the one that's the Patman one, where it's me talking about him using util or something, and the thumbnail was just a big thumbnail of me and an arrow towards Patman, and the thumbnail has the writing something like he tried to make me better with util or something, and it's like, what the fuck are you? What is that? Also brought me here. Oh, okay.
Says okay. This is weird.
Okay, well, maybe I should be thanking this person. Doing better that person's done better marketing for my past 2 years than I've done and Sliggy's done. Like, if we could get anything for Coach Potatoes going, that'd be fantastic. Because the Coach Potatoes marketing department might be the worst marketing department I've ever seen. No, I'm not clicking clips. I'm not looking at myself right now. I'm not going to watch myself back. I can't do that.
Oh my gosh. They're able to sort themselves around the fight so well.
Because me and Slicky talk about Coach Potato stuff all the time in terms of like how we can make it bigger, or used to, and we know what the problem is. We just don't solve it.
And at the spot here on Lotus, and Lev weren't able to adapt. They know he's there because he dimensional drift past people.
I mean, those are posted on Reddit.
Regularly, and Lev, they protocol very well and adapt to the situation. So from
You don't play Valorant at all. Oh, that's fine.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty tough hit just to get some A main control for the side of G2.
Yeah, it's fairly quick too.
When people, so you said couch potatoes. Does it make sense? Like, do people realize that it is coach? Like that the whole point is that it's a pun on coach. Like I get worried that like we've made a name that no one understands. Like. Okay. No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm not, you know, I was just wondering because I see people say couch a lot. I'm like, just wondering. King Neon ult. Oh, what is that stun by the? Oh, that's beautiful. Bro, that stun was beautiful. How the fuck?
They're gonna get some great info that 2 are flanking on that right side.
Look at that stun. Instantly just dead.
We see King try to get the ground underneath the site. They're pushing in. The relay bolt does quite a bit of damage, or quite a bit of stun there.
Quite a bit of stun.
Before the trade comes through. The 2v3 now as Lev tries to make the way back into the site. The first one's going to whiff there. Rossi just missing.
Really think, yeah, that's how
John
watching this
tried, so we'll see. It is a vibe in here today.
It's been Levy Demkin confidence all his arcade. Going out. And here is that setup that we talked
Left on a lot of
about.
4-1.
Only text alone, and when he hears that info, here's the fast rotator.
Ooh, that was cute.
Instant space take.
But Lev were expecting a breach shot here, I think, on this side of the map. So they've just immediately pushed out. They played retake.
Everybody plays their life here. Really, like you said, only
Really weird plant from Valen.
But they know there's no
I hope he's got a lineup and doesn't sit in the corner again.
way back in. They have to wait for this
I guess they're playing. Actually, they're playing kind of a deep close plant, so I can see. But how do they play it now?
One go, 2 jog, but they trade back and forth now.
I don't really get it. The post plants from G2 being all over the place. They were playing a post plant here. So it's kind of like looking at CT, but then they've been flanked, so now it looks like ass because And then this player died. Like, this player dying is fucked up. We got a Brimstone Molly sat in the corner of the site. It's kind of rough.
Rotate from underpass, so they know there's at least one on the arcade.
Oh my gosh, doesn't even worry about the step, still has the head.
Never mind. It's fine, because Valen just fucking one-taps everyone.
On fire right now before he gets taken down.
Double stun.
Yeah, he's gonna go. And now we're starting to get Jogamo going crazy.
Yeah, King's also gonna bring out an op this time around. Something new that they're.
Oh, Leaf has just left Trent alone.
Watching towards the arcade. There's a lot of bodies here, a lot of players helping him out towards that spot for a Leviathan.
Okay, he's back.
As it slows down, they have to start moving pieces around while they haven't been contested at the B, trying to.
They're considering G2 is going to be there just from the Cypher peak. They've done a great job with Pulse and Util. Pulse and members. King now on the jumping relay bolt, and inside the site, a Refract is going to have to save Jogamo.
Oh.
Yesterday in the collateral from Util Pulse. Well, they're considering G2 is going to be there just from the Cypher peak. They've done a great job with Pulse and Util Pulse.
Something feels off about these XX on B. Hey, Rickham. First time here, how am I doing? I'm very good, thank you. How are you? Something feels off. Like, doing 3 stairs to arcade feels not right to me. And I don't have the time or energy to figure out why. Especially against the Vice. Going against Vice, knowing, yeah, I feel like against Vice doing this is kind of rough. It's almost like I want 4 here and 1 here, and it could be the Waylay going by himself, or 2. I want heavier arcade. I think maybe they're reacting quickly, but I would just send someone. I'd send people under probably. I don't know. Like, they're not quick enough anyway to beat them. I don't know. I want to tickle you. Will I be working at Toronto? No, I won't be working in Toronto. But I'll be helping PaperX for Toronto, I think.
The spike's still down. And here is time for G2 to potentially replay while Valen is still alive. Could recall the hit towards that B side. 18 seconds left. Only Tex alone on B.
Getting the super jiggle in. Texo is good for 1. Is he good for 2? Or is he good to just wait for the team?
Yinsu said that I didn't look breedable, which I think is the biggest compliment I've ever received from Yinsu.
Against 2, you blinded. But then when that got activated, it was G2 trying to go for the split back towards that B side. Beautiful collateral kill, which give a chance there for Leviathan to just close out.
When we were in Berlin.
Close out the round rather and give themselves that map point.
I think she meant it in terms of like who would be like what's the word? I'm gonna say beta male.
Jogamo, he takes a bit of damage, but they're gonna cheat. Oh my god, they keep going in. They keep going in. The jump peaks, the fight, the util. Everything is here in the kitchen sink as G2 and Lev are.
Okay, yeah. Lev has spent the entire game doing 4-man stacks, and now G2 just ran into a 4-man stack. So Lev does some interesting shit on defense with the 4-1s, I guess. Using the Vice just as the 1. Taking some big gambles, and it's paid off a couple of times. G2, I think, fucked up quite a lot this half. I think their B execs they need to look at. Their B crunches. The B post plant needs some work. The anti-eco was abysmal, where they'd lost the anti-eco, but that was individual mistakes. Something feels off about their B attack to me. Something doesn't feel quite right.
Push back in here. Things quiet down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Rossi might regret using that Rolling Thunder right away.
Does Yinsu style herself for VCT? Yes. I don't like Yinsu.
Great stall smoke. 30 seconds left on the round. They're gonna have to split.
Yinsu's outfits are cool to the point where like I worry about how much time she's asked to spend to do it. You know what I mean? Like I
Or up and down.
Like it's almost like
Use it, Crossfire's being set up.
I don't know how to spin it. It's like
There it is. There it is. The world champions crossfire the round. They take it for Leviathan, and we are, ladies and gentlemen, going to a map 3.
like sometimes I'm like I wish I dressed cool, but I'm like how many hours would it take to actually like figure that out? Right. Okay. Anything else to watch, or do I fuck off? Oh, Paper Rex won the first map. Oh, defense, by the way. I'll pretend. Oh, never mind. We don't look at defense. I don't think I sent a very good map for Paper Rex right now. Deadlock Vice as well. Losing on defense. Something's wrong there. Didn't expect mini stream to be the exact opposite of Slicky stream. I'm not as I don't have as much of a filter as Slicky does. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'll be back after VCT, after the finals. I think. I'll play some ranks later probably, but I'm gonna go, I think. Yeah. Do you think an IGO should be hyper or calm? He should be calm but able to motivate. Would I watch GC later in the year? I don't see why not. Will I watch the grand final? No, we will VOD review it tomorrow. I will not be watching the grand final. Yeah, if you got any more questions, go check my Discord out. Thank you, Alex. I answer questions there quite often. For now, I'm gonna raid Patman, and you guys can watch the rest of Paper X game if you want to go watch it. I'll catch you guys in a bit. Thank you for chatting, subbing, etc. I'll be back later and play some ranked, I think. Yeah, I make him good with Util. I didn't do anything for Patman. Patman was really good with Util.
Same thing, guys. 8-4. We're gonna come back again. Ay!
Check watch.
Another taiko, bro.